Okay, everybody. Welcome to our live Q&A on April 4th, not March, April 4th. And looks like I've got things set up okay. And certainly do let me know if you see any problems with video or audio. Thank you, as usual. So hello, Slots enthusiasts. It's great to hang out with you for another Professor Slots podcast episode and live stream. This Q&A session is every Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time here on my John Friedel Professor Slots YouTube channel, which you can find if you're on a podcast and want to go to my YouTube channel. It is at professorslots.com/YouTube. That's the convenient link. Otherwise, it's a bunch of numbers. Excellent. This Q&A session is weekly, and if you are here live, it's great to hang out with you guys. It's always fun to hang out with you guys and talk about slots-related topics. It's where I get some feedback while the conversation is good, while the conversation is going on at real-time feedback. That's great. So those of you who are listening later on the podcast, feel free to show up at YouTube next time. In the last week, I've gotten more useful feedback from several of you who have either listened to the podcast recording of this live show or watched the show itself. This is my 20th live show, and the consensus is I've gotten much better over time, but I could still improve. So let's do that. I have a few ideas about how to do this, which is something of a amalgamation of your feedback plus a few of my own ideas. But first, now's a good time to say hello to our fellow slots enthusiasts on the live chat here on YouTube. If you're on the live chat and you haven't already done so, please say hello to me and everybody else on the chat, and let us know which state you are that you play slots in. So I'm looking at this. Scott has showed up early. Again, I noticed that you were there a few minutes ago. Awesome. And Jan, she says, hoping you are, she says hello to everybody and hoping you are staying healthy. Jan is from Texas, but she plays in Louisiana. My family friends, Dave and Lois, say hello from Ontario, one of our first international visitors. And Denise is also in Texas, but she plays in Oklahoma. Scott says he is from cloudy Ozark, Missouri. Don't say cloudy. Somebody in California is going to say it's not cloudy there. He says he's near Branson or Springfield, Missouri. Let's see. Yes, Dave and Lois, the family friends, play in Ontario part of the year and in Florida the rest of the year. So Jingwok, thank you for the feedback on the video and audio. It's always important to get that right. Today was an interesting one where it was zoomed down to a corner of the screen, maybe something left over from last time that I tried. So Paula, hi Paula. And Steve says, good afternoon, everybody. Hi, Steve. He's in Wisconsin. Chuck, thank you again for the feedback. And Joanna, hi, Joanna, Paula's daughter. Or maybe I should say Paula is Joanna's mother. Scott says, posted this on Redskin. Oh, thank you. Yeah, if you there's several things that can be helpful to share this, and I try to mention this at the beginning of the video because it's most helpful, is you can share this and you can like this. If you like this video now on YouTube, it'll share. YouTube will take it upon itself to engage its algorithm and share it to more people so that in a few minutes we would have many more people show up. So and the more people who like it right now, the more that'll spread. And so we'll have a larger crowd to have great questions with. So if you wouldn't mind liking, something else that would just be of benefit later, and I think it's becoming more of a benefit, would be if you were to subscribe. You'll get more notifications about some of the other stuff that I'll be doing, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Okay, Doug says, hello and greetings from Missouri. Philly T, it's good to see everybody as usual. He is on the Pennsylvania-Ohio West Virginia border. Interesting. Yep. Dean is in Vegas. All those posts on what's going on in Vegas, which is just amazing. Thanks. Russ from Troy, Alabama. Excellent. And a coworker on my day job, Terry. Hi, Terry. Hope things are going well today. Thanks for showing up. So and I'll come back and keep an eye on messages, but one of the things that I'm trying to do, as I was just saying, is there's been some feedback, not just recently, but I tried to improve things by not being as distracted by chat. The most recent feedback has been to make it a slightly better experience for people listening to the podcast who's, can't see the live chat, and I just sort of bounce around a little bit too much. I was much worse at it before, but around episode 10 or the 10th live, but I've tried to get better at it, but I'm still doing it too much. So I'm just going to try to look at chat occasionally and not get distracted so I can stay on topic and make it a better experience for people on the podcast. I do try to listen to feedback. So that's one of the ideas that was shared with me, and also how to do that is something I'm have a few ideas on, and we'll see how it goes. Every live session is an improvement. Should see me a year from now. So I'm glad I was able to say hello to everybody. And those of you who are just showing up, hi, Jill. Yeah, I understand, David and Lois. I was just explaining that to somebody about how to get a free account on YouTube if you've never been to YouTube before. So that allows you to chat. And hopefully people will be able to figure that out if they care to chat. Otherwise, they can only listen. So if my dad is online, hi, Dad, and to chat, you need to get a free account. But I won't worry about that. So let's move forward here. So those of you who just showed up, please say hello and let us know which state you're in. And so my father is in Michigan at the moment, and part of the year is in Florida. So he's representing Michigan, as far as I can tell. Okay. So today's topic is something this is that one of the new things I'm going to try. I've been doing it a little bit, but I think it was a positive enough response that I would continue to do it and more aggressively do it, which is in the last week, because of what's going on with all the casinos being closed. I've been trying to alleviate boredom by posting daily on my website, my public Facebook profile, my private Professor Slots Enthusiasts Facebook group, and each of my state-by-state private Facebook communities, of which there are 56, because that includes states, but also territories. And I think I have one territory that doesn't, was it Guam, that doesn't have anybody, but it's just mostly armed forces individuals there. So in the last week, I've posted 6 different things. And as I go through each, I don't want to take away from the videos that I put out and the articles that I've posted in this last week, but they're, it's smoothly a recording of just the topics, but there's also a few subtleties that sort of need a longer explanation, but it wouldn't be necessarily the best thing to put into the video. But they're worth mentioning, and certainly I can take your questions. So that's what I'm going to try to do this time, and if it works out well, next time. And after that, at the live Q&A, to sort of see if you have any questions about the articles and videos that I'm posting. Speaking of the videos, I hope it wasn't too confusing for some people. For 20 weeks, 21 weeks, since just about the middle of November of 2019, I've been going live on Saturdays, and that's all I've basically done. There's been a couple of videos I put up, but I haven't been regular about it. So you might notice at the top of my YouTube, the banner there, it now has a green box that shows I will be posting on Tuesdays, Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. And then there would be a live Q&A on Saturdays at 2 p.m. Eastern time. And that's the schedule. Now, I wasn't able to do this last Thursday, but I did put out one on Sunday and Tuesday. So I'm going to see if I can keep up with that schedule, but that's the plan. And I want to go over those videos. So if you are only used to seeing a notification from YouTube that I'm going to be live on Saturday, now you're getting notifications on some of the other much shorter videos, much less than an hour videos. I don't mean to explain YouTube if you already understand it, but there's plenty of people who don't understand YouTube. So if you've subscribed, you should get a notification when I put up a video, and you can expect to have videos on Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. That's the schedule I've given myself, and I'll try to be consistent about that. And there's not much more to say about that. These are various topics that I've covered, and I'm trying to determine which ones are more popular than others, and I'll talk about that in a minute. I have some how-to stuff, which seems to be wildly popular, not surprisingly, and then there's some history stuff, which maybe you're a history buff and you like it as much as I do. I find some of the stuff fascinating because the history tells us the future, but it's not necessarily as popular as how-to topics. So I'm going to go over a couple of those, and I'll go over a couple of articles. So that's the plan, and we shall see what the feedback shows later. So yes, over the last week, I've posted short recorded videos, and as well as the live stream, using the proper terminology. Later on, posted that on my podcast later. So for those of you who are on my podcast, you can go to professorslots.com/YouTube. That's a convenient link instead of a whole bunch of numbers. And then you can find me on YouTube, the second largest search engine in the world. So I'm going to post the first video, a link to the first video in the live chat. There you go. And for those of you who are listening from the podcast or later, you'll find that link shortly in the description on the YouTube video, but also it's going to be in the show notes on my website for the podcast that I'll be putting out tomorrow night. And not to distract myself from chat, I'll come back to that. In the show notes, you'll find the show notes for the podcast at professorslots.com/episode 85. Just type that in, but that won't be available until tomorrow when I post it. So that's where you'll find the links that I'm sharing with everybody live now. A little confusing. There's got to be a shorter way to say all that. So the first topic is my YouTube video called "Why Do Slot Machines Use Fruit Real Symbols?" I'm trying to introduce a few concepts, including later on definitions, that'll help us all sort of better communicate. For those of us who don't know a lot about this stuff, I know some of you do. Some of you have read all my stuff, but there are plenty of people out there who, to have a conversation, we need to talk about some things first. So these videos will get more sophisticated because I'll assume that you've seen the prior videos, and then we can have a deeper conversation. So right now it's history and definitions and a little bit of this and a little bit of that, but won't be long before we're going to get deep into it. So this video on fruit real symbols falls under the category of slot machine history. I don't have a lot of history of slots videos to make, but knowing the history of slot machines does help us to understand trends and patterns, so we better understand what's coming next. So one of the history of slot machines, it goes back about 140 years, maybe roughly 140 years. It's hard to say exactly when the first slot machine was invented. You can go with 1887 because it was a machine that you could gamble on, and it had a slot. Before that, there were machines that couldn't handle coins. First thing they could do was take a coin, and then years later, pay out in a coin. And at what point do you decide that it become a slot machine? So a lot of people say it has to take a coin and reward you with a coin if you won. That's a lot of the definitions around, is it truly a slot machine? Before these slot machines, there were poker machines, also known right from the beginning as one-armed bandits. And they didn't dispense coins, but it would be in a bar, a brothel, and other places people would be. And you would win a drink or a cigar if you won. Now, this was based on the game of poker. Royal Flush was the top prize, but it wasn't based on the 52-card deck. It was based on the 50-card deck. If you want to understand a little bit more about that, you have to check the article. I don't want to give away all the details. I just want to talk in general about what it covers. So in 1887, the slot machine that had a slot to accept a coin and a tray to reward the player if they won with coins was invented in 1887 by Charles Fay of San Francisco. He's known as the father of slot machines, not just because he invented the slot machine, but because he promoted it, which is part of what's really important with being a father of something, not just the invention, but also the promotion of it. They didn't have, it didn't have fruit real symbols until 1910, and those were added to circumvent the banning of slot machines because people turned against it. Then in 1920, Prohibition, America's Prohibition, began. This forced these gum dispensing slot machines with their fruit real symbols, where the fruit that you won with was the flavor of the gum you received as a prize. Prohibition opened all these speakeasies where you could get a drink, but it was the slot machines went back to dispensing money, and they went into the speakeasies, and that's known as the golden age of slots. So that's a different topic, but that's basically the coverage of that article. And if you have questions, now's a good time. Next week, you might want to watch some of the videos and make sure if you have questions. So I'm going to check to see what the questions might have been. Hello, Robert. Robert is from Dallas, Texas. The YouTube's and Dave and Lois ask about notifications, that they've been getting them. YouTube's great about that. And that's why I ask people to like the video here, because there are people who may have seen one of my videos before and they get a notification. So it's a pretty aggressive system. They do try to promote things. You don't become the second biggest search engine in the world without making an effort. Let's see. Sal says, hi, John, Boston. Okay, welcome. Welcome from Boston. Any truth to pressure sensors on spin buttons? No. What would they do on pressure sensors? Push it only a little? You can, the thing, it's a little off topic, but I'll briefly mention, if you have a pressure sensor, when you push a button, it's usually something called a capacitor. button. It's not unlike your phone a little bit. When you have a switch, you either press the button or you don't. Right? And how well my cat's bugging. If my cat comes up here, I'll introduce you to one of my cats. Okay. All right. And Paula also, sorry, I'll let Paula answer that question. She got a question. Pressure sensors, they're not reading you can have a pressure sensor which reads the amount of pressure you're pressing on it, but I don't see any use for that. I mean, if you just look at video games, how much do you press a button? It either flips the switch or it doesn't. And what other purpose would a button be? It would be awesome to have like a gaming control, like on a video game, where you might, have a virtual gun, ray gun, and it's higher energy when you press harder. But I don't see anything like that coming into slot machines. People, let's say you had a pressure sensor that you press the button a lot and you bet more. Oh, that's going to lead to all kinds of trouble. So I don't see the point of having a pressure sensor. Also, pressure sensors can be overwhelmed if you press it too hard. And anybody who's played a slot machine, I think you've sat next to somebody who just pounds the button. Pressure sensors break, and they got to be slot machine buttons have to be robust. I can't see them being able to survive somebody pounding on it, like we've all seen. So I don't see any advantage to pressure sensors. Let's see. Richard says, will overdue time-clocked jackpots hit like wildfire at first reopening? So I try to be very fact-based, and I doubt it. Some of the things that I've been hearing is that people, when they closed the casino, a casino employee was going around writing down all the numbers on the progressive jackpots, because when they powered everything down, they wanted to make sure that it came back to that amount. So it should be as though, suspended animation. The machines don't know the time change. They were working, and then somebody turned them off, and then they turned them back on. It should be right back where it was. On the other hand, this has never happened before. So it would be interesting to see, what actually happens. But I don't see how it would possibly be useful. Unless we have another global pandemic next year. When will everything be shut down again? I mean, stuff happens, right? But it's been since 1917, since the last one. So if we did find out that they came back, then what I want to do is to do what we did. What I want to do here is to do what we did when the casinos closed. Okay, we might even add another session, a midweek or something, if it happens really fast. That would have been maybe a good idea before, because they didn't all close at once. So I would expect that they would not all open at once, and that it would be spread out even more than the shutdown. Shutdown was like 2.5 weeks. I can expect it being a month or more when things come back. So, come here, report on the slots communities, report here as things come back online in probably not April, maybe May. And we will track the first ones that open, and we'll use that information on the other ones that open as they open. All right. Paula, you've seen the cat. Paula says, I want to see the cat. Well, they're a little bit fussy about sitting on my lap. I should be happy they don't want to sit on my lap all the time. Yeah? Just giving me that look. One of my cats is just giving me that look. You know the look. Coolest place on the map is Thermos Mill Spring, and that's saying something that Mill Spring is on the map. All right. Let's see. Don't know what that was about. Sorry about that, Jan. She says she can't find the checklist on my website for one of the articles. I will make sure that's set up. Okay. Yeah, it's been an evolution on the website, and so I will make sure that's up and running. It might be an hour from now. I have a casino checklist for a physical assessment of a casino, and I have to check to see if the link is broken. So Scott says, after reading my book, that one, Learning to Win, the idea is not to show up the first day they reopen, but if it is the first of the month, wait till middle of the month and cannot stand it. Go after midnight. I think they won't all open at once, so we'll have some ideas of how the openings go. But you're thinking about it correctly. Okay, there is going to be an advantage, but what will be the advantage? And so we'll see how this goes. Yeah, I figured that out. To make everybody included in the conversation, there are chats going on between individuals in the live chat, which is absolutely wonderful. So have your conversations. I'm going to go back to the topic, okay? So we talked about fruit wheel symbols. I have another one for you, which is a how-to video. It categorizes a how-to, and I'm putting up the different categories so that's easy to find in when you go to my YouTube channel. I like the YouTube environment. It's a little easier to see. If I add a video, and I do add these videos to my articles, it can be very buried, and it's a lot more findable, searchable in YouTube. But I'll talk about that. So the second video I uploaded, that would have been Tuesday last week, was how do slot machines pay out taxable jackpots? Now, there's a couple of things that this could have been about, and I put that link in the live chat. But it's also going to be, again, available later in professorslots.com/episode 85 when I create that page for the podcast, so you can find it there later, and in the description of this video. So this topic, this video, falls under the how-to category, which, even though it's only been out since Tuesday, has been not letting myself get distracted. I'm trying not to. So this video, how do slot machines pay out taxable jackpots, is a how-to video in the category of how-to, and it's much more popular. I'm already seeing it since Tuesday than my slots history stuff, but I think slots history is also important. So I'm using the feedback from likes and comments to make more of one type of video than the other. So I'm going to be putting out some things that are going to be dogs, not popular, but that's something, the feedback that I look at. So I will adjust as I go, but for now I have to put up everything and see how it goes. So this video on paying out, how do slot machines pay out taxable jackpots, I realized that people, there's plenty of slots players who've never won a taxable jackpot. I've sat next to them. People have sat next to me and couldn't understand. I mean, there was this poker player. They had the World Series of Poker at when it was Horseshoe Cincinnati. Now it's Jack's, but it's going to become a Hard Rock. Sorry, hasn't quite done that fully, but they had the World Series of Poker, and young gentleman, I was told famous, but I don't really follow those individuals. Was there for the long haul and lost fairly early on, despite what he wanted to do. And he sat down, not right next to me in the high limit area, but 2 machines over. And when so I'm sitting there playing my Wheel of Fortune that I like, and, winning money and whatnot. And he's playing, and I asked him, how did it go? And he says, he's $4,000 down from the tournament. And I said, oh, okay. And he says, so I wanted to, I haven't really played slots too much. I wanted to try it, got some time after busting out of the tournament. And he sat down next one over from me, two over from me, and he won a taxable jackpot. What was it? $4,800, I remember. 45, 48, 48, 4,000 something, almost five. And he didn't know, I mean, he's a smart guy, knows his stuff, but more poker. And he was kind of like pushing the button several times because the machine broke. Or did it? No, it was a taxable jackpot. It locked up. So that, and automatically calls a slot attendant who has not shown up yet. And it kind of looks over at me like, what the heck? This is a terrible experience. I'm like, well, if you look over down there, the area, and you'll see that you've won that many credits. And if you multiply that number of credits, I think it was like 980 or something, and you multiply that by 5, then that's the cash you just won. So it looks like you just made your money back from what you spent to get into the tournament. And he's like, surprised look on his face for those of you on the podcast. And they came over and took care of it, and he had a good trip. He didn't have a loss for that trip. I don't know what happened to him later. He left, but the high limit room. But he made back with a push of a button. He wasn't there more than like 6 minutes, and he won back everything he had spent. And I just looked at him and I'm like, "Welcome to the world of playing slots." Any case. So that's one of the things that I saw. Another person, I think they were kind of in a hurry. They just came in, and I don't want to say anything about maybe having a gambling addiction or something, but they wanted to spend a lot of money fast, and they didn't get their wish because they're sitting there, and they pressed the button, and it locked up. Congratulations! Right? It locked up. And they didn't know what was going on. In fact, well, then they did, right? It locked up, and they're like, what the heck? And they looked, and they saw that they had won a jackpot. So they stood up. They started walking away. They as they did all that, they pressed the cash out button. So that told me they'd never won a taxable jackpot before. And I proceeded to put my foot in my mouth, which was trying to be helpful. I looked over at her and I said, "Oh, it's a taxable it's a jackpot. The machine's locked up. A slot attendant will come over and you'll have to pay taxes before you can get the money. It won't be a voucher." And they turned and looked at me with them very upset and said, "Taxes?" And I'm like, "Oh, yeah, the attendant's going to be here. I'm out. I'm not part of this conversation anymore. I don't want to have to explain the whole idea of paying taxes. Wasn't even going to mention if she had won $200 on a slot machine someplace, then that's income and has to be, it was required by the IRS too. We talked about a prior Q&A. IRS wants you to pay taxes on that, but they don't actually set it up so that it happens when you win the jackpot. And people they do what they do. So, I don't want to go over the video in detail now, because I want you to watch it later, but, I have a few comments to make, about what that video, about, how do slot machines pay out taxable jackpots is about. What it isn't about is when slot machines pay out. That's really talking about how do you win on a slot machine. What I'm talking about is what is the mechanics of winning the slot machine. The machine locks up. Don't be surprised. It's good news, unless, there's something else going on with it. So I have other videos coming up that will be about my winning slot strategies, and those will be available later. But for now, this is just about when jackpots occur. So the mechanics of the payout process, the mechanics of the hand pay process, it's what it's like to win a jackpot, taxable jackpot. So the first thing I go over in that article, just to be clear about what I offer in it, for those of you who may not know my material quite so much, I talk about the random number generator, because the random number generator isn't just used once when you play a slot machine. It's twice, okay, potentially twice. the random number generator is engaged when you press the bet button. Okay. And if you don't win anything whatsoever, then it's only used that once. But if you win anything, if you win, it's used a second time to determine how much you won. All right. First time it's used, whether or not you win. Second time it's used, if you win, how much you won. With different odds. So sometimes you are sit at a slot machine. If you've seen this, right? You've sat at a slot machine, and I've certainly seen it. You win a lot. Small amounts. If only they were taxable jackpots, sitting on a high limit machine. And I'm like, I'm using my bankroll, and I'm not winning enough to keep up with what I'm spending. And that gets to be frustrating. And one of the things I came up with was, you can look this up and we'll talk about it on other topics when I get there, is my goodness ratio, which will help you avoid those slot machines that pay out very little and perhaps less than you're spending. And there's little to be done about that, but to recognize how that might happen before you start betting. So there, from talking about, pressing the button, I go into, let's say you won something with the random number generator, came back and said you won something, and then random number generator came back right after that and found out how much you won, and that amount was taxable. Taxable being $1,200 or more. It's not $1,199.99. It is $1,200 or more. And if it goes over $10,000 on that single press of the button and it's a jackpot, one of the little details is for the casino that I was at, if it was less than $10,000, then the slot attendant would take care of it, handle it, but then they would always ask for a verifier to come over and just check the paperwork to confirm that it's correct. And that would be another slot attendant, perhaps servicing another area of the casino, an adjacent area of the casino. So it's a two-person job, but one person takes care of most of it and the other one's called over to check things towards the end. If you're over $10,000, and who knows these things? People who've won jackpots over $10,000 and maybe more than once, like I have. And the second person to verify it can't be a slot attendant at the casinos that I was going to, Caesars Entertainment casinos. You had to have a floor manager, gentleman in a suit, woman in a suit, and they do a deeper check. I've never won anything more than $27,000 in a single slot machine jackpot, which is, barely mid-level jackpots. I haven't won, $250,000 jackpot or anything like that, much less anything more. So I don't know the verification process, but it's probably pretty specific. Some people have here, like Larry from the UK, has talked in the past about how it might take 6 hours, particularly if it's progressive and it's at multiple casinos owned by different casino operators. So that is all part of these more unique high-level jackpots. If anybody has won a high-level jackpot, that would be, well, actually don't say you have. Probably best not to share that sort of information, I would say. I'll have a question for you in a moment. So, yeah, that's well, actually right now, in the chat, would you, I want to be very specific here, would you mention whether or not you've won a taxable jackpot? I'd be interested in knowing if you've won one. Please don't tell me how much they are. Please don't tell me how many they are. I don't want you to divulge financial information. But if you've not won, or if you have won a taxable jackpot where you got a W-2G, please mention it. We're trying to get an idea, if you can't, if you have, and how much I need to talk about these sorts of things. So just checking with the chat, I have a message from Jan. Am I getting married? Are you getting married in October? See, now I don't know if people are talking to each other, if they're talking to somebody else. If you happen to mean me, Jan, no, I'm not getting married in October. My daughter is next month. Let's see, Paula. All right. Just trying to see which one of these chat messages are for me. bunch of chats coming in, and let's see. Sal has a question. I'm not sure. I'll read it. One line machine can play one coin, 2 or 3 coins, except everybody says play max, but is each coin denomination an independent game, and percentage payout for each can amount based on how much they have won. I've talked about this in the past, and I'll briefly say it's a little off topic, but every bet is identical, whether it's one line or multiple lines, or one credit or multiple credits. Every bet is identical, except when, if you look in the pay table, it says something that isn't. All right. You can sometimes, see in the pay table that it says only get the bonus round possible if you make maximum bet, in which case that one can potentially have different odds. That's the machines that you'd want to pay maximum bet on, so you have the best odds. But if it doesn't say maximum bet required to get the bonus round, and it's very machine specific, then they're all identical. Now, there is one machine out there, which one is it? Where every credit is actually, it's a video slot machine. Every credit is a different game, right? The whole screen changes and it's a different game. So those have different odds, but I think you'd notice that sort of thing. So moving on, Robert says yes. And Jan says she's won 2 different states, Louisiana and another one in Michigan. Scott says lots. Yeah, there are people who have won lots. And Robert says yes, good. Dean, yep. Steve says he has. Steve has sent me more than a few pictures. I'm sorry, I don't mean to divulge that, but yes, Steve won. Steve won one, at least. Chuck, yep, he has. Doug, yes. Denise, yes. Wise version, we are a couple, 1-3 taxable jackpots, consulted a client, one whom won 12 taxable jackpots in one weekend. Yeah, that sort of thing can happen. And not everybody is interested in winning taxable jackpots because, as I try to explain, what's your goal? A lot of people have the goal that most slots players have is entertainment. It's the largest segment of the audience, the largest group of people. Other people really enjoy the comps. They're into travel and the food, great food at casinos, and some of them. And so they can really be into the comps more than anything else. But then there are the smallest group that I've found so far in the main categories. Like there's some people who just want to know how everything works, like me, and I wouldn't. There's me, and there's maybe a few others. But the third category is they want to win money, and winning money is hard, right? You got to keep records. You got to look at the patterns. You've got to consider, the financial reports. You've got to do that work. And for some of us, that's fun. And so it takes all kinds. You don't have to win a taxable jackpot. I just wondered if people had. Because if everybody's like, yeah, I'm so bored with it at this point, then why would I even bother talking about? But if other people are like, no, I always wondered what would happen if I did, I wouldn't mind knowing what happens to know I have. Because the look of shock and surprise and, on the people who've sat next to me and gone, what just happened? And I'm like, oh, well, first off, congratulations. And so, so thank you for the feedback. Yeah, Steve says jackpots, all kinds. So the next few of the articles, and I might not be able to get through all 6. Sorry. I can't wave my hands around too much, otherwise I thump the microphone. I'll try to remove that later before the podcast to hear that. But 2 videos, 4 articles. And so the next one is an article, the first of the articles. And why do slot machines say bar on their real symbols? Please don't share. If you have the answer, if you read my article, if you know something about the history of slot machines, that would be awesome if you would not share. It's a major point. So you're looking, Scott has an excellent idea. is there an online poll for this sort of thing? Yes, but as I was talking to somebody, there isn't one right now, but it is a fine idea. And I'm actually making a list of questions because having a one-question poll isn't really efficient. I'm trying to figure out the best way to ask maybe 5 questions, 10 questions. Would you be interested in an online course? How much do you take to a casino on an individual trip? It tells me a lot of what the audience would want. So I haven't folded that in yet. It's actually going to have to be pretty sophisticated. And the feline has returned. So yeah, I'll be doing polls, but it's not quite necessary. I have to sort of get the questions together. Chatting now is fine. There's several things I need to know about my audience, but it's okay just to build the audience first and then get enough people to have a statistically good response, because you only get like an 8% response. And if I only have 8 people, that means one person responded and it's not statistically relevant necessarily. Don't mean to get all technical there. Right. So I'll wait, but it won't be long because we're growing. Let's see. So this slots history topic about why do slot machines say bar on their reels? It's a bar you see them now. They're traditional, but they're there from the beginning. All right, right about the time the fruit reels showed up, because people were trying to not be prosecuted for having a slot machine because it was becoming less and less legal. They also came up with the bar symbols, a bar symbol. And traditionally, now we have 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, 4 bars, but the bar is original, not unlike the cherry. Now, I don't see too many watermelons or grapes. Plums. Sorry, plums. Now, we have our genetically enhanced plump plums, round, but they're more oblong, oblate spheroid, basically football shaped, that the plums used to be kind of old-fashioned plums before they got genetically enhanced to be plumper. That was on the original fruit-flavored slot machines. I would say cherry is probably more common. Of all the fruit symbols that used to be common, we have bars and cherries. So I might try to do this. She doesn't like to be manhandled. I have friendlier cats. She just loves me, but she doesn't like to be touched. Sorry, maybe next time. So that was our cat experience. I like dogs too, honest. Right, so traditional bar symbols, and I won't tell you where that would be, but I do plan on making a video about that article, and I've currently scheduled it to be coming out on the evening, maybe 5 o'clock on Sunday, a week from tomorrow, April 12th, 2020, for those of you who are in the far future. So if you have questions, please let me know about bar symbols. Julie says at Red Mile HHR Gaming, machines involves historic horse racing results. Yep. I went down to Red Mile. Didn't write the article on it. Too many things going on, but I wanted to at least learn about them. And the newer games can result in $5,000. Yes. See, that is correct. But slot machines are not allowed at Red Mile in Kentucky. They're not slot machines. Technically, they're historic horse racing machines. They're based on parimutuel betting rules, and parimutuel betting rules don't have the same federal tax law assigned to it. So yes, on HHR machines, which I learned could very well expand to all states because it's one of those things. If you have parimutuel horse racing, even if you don't have any more tracks, like Connecticut doesn't have tracks, but it has parimutuel horse racing laws, you could have a facility that wouldn't be a casino. It would be an HHR parlor. Can't be called slot machines because it isn't. It's HHR gaming, and they're looking at expanding those historic horse racing game machines to every state that has parimutuel wagering. So we could see that burst out of Kentucky real fast. Let's see, you bet low. Julie also says that personally she bets low and slow and have won several cash out jackpots. No hand pay. Yeah, it's just HHR machines. Thank you for providing the book. Now, Robert says, John, I have to leave. Yep. If you have to leave, that's fine. We've got about 10 more minutes left. But I wanted to cover at least one more topic because it is important, having to do with casino safety. So I think I closed out everything I wanted. I told you the next one of the videos that coming up a week from tomorrow would be based on one of the articles I have. So here's the link to the next one that I wanted to talk about that I published this week, posted this week. Let's do that. And right, so this one is called Casino Safety. And I felt like it was a little too serious. So I added another title to it, Casino Safety, or 5 Fun Ways to Protect Yourself. Because you shouldn't be scared about not being safe in casinos. There are topics that I need to cover that aren't about winning. They're kind of about not losing, right? I wouldn't want anything bad to happen to you at a casino, and having situational awareness and some other things just to point out some of these topics. It's just part of what I need to discuss. I want you to be safe, even though it's a very safe environment. But one of the things that was pointed out to me is consider when you go to a casino, all right? For one thing, you have cash, right? We have cash. Slots players have cash. And while you can do things like use an ATM or for withdrawal or deposit, so you don't have to walk through the casino parking lot or parking structure with cash, you still could be expected to have cash. So inside the casino, you've got a lot of surveillance and people walking around. If you were to yell, lots of casino employees would come running, even if you're in a dark corner. Maybe not quite so much in the parking structure. So maybe use the valet. These are topics that I put into this post. What's the value of a valet, and what's the value of the high tiers having being allowed to park near the door of the casino and the structure, and there's designated areas, coming and going with $10,000 or more in their pockets, so just be aware of that you have help very nearby. If you're playing a table game, you're facing a dealer, maybe a boxman, maybe other casino employees who are right there with you. Nobody can walk up and solicit you. I'll just leave it at that and use your imagination. Nobody can walk up and say, hey, and try to scam you in all the different ways that you can be scammed, because the dealer's right there, and they'd just be like, call security, and they can't be as tricked very easily because, they're far more experienced. They know the people, and they know that this person has done that before. And it's just, when you are playing a table game, you're safer because multiple casino employees usually are right there facing you. But when you play a slot machine, and pretty sure all of you have played slot machines, you're facing the machine. Might not even be able to see behind you. I've been in the back room of a high limit area, and people have walked up behind me, and I talk a little bit about situational awareness and what to watch for and what to do if things get a little nervous. Trust your gut is part of the article. Let me know if you have questions. I see some additional chat I wanted to double check on. Robert said he had to go. Thank you for all the information, John, you provide. We'll finish watching later, okay? Have a good day. Hopes that everybody will stay safe and healthy, and look forward to getting back to what we love. Can't agree more. I mean, absolutely. I try to not worry people. I've been having an overabundance. Part of the reason why I didn't post on Thursday was overabundance of, keeping my job and stuff. See what's happening this week and just seeing what the next situation. It's been stressful. Of course, it's stressful for all of us. Doug says, John, when do you think casinos will be back in business? Here in Missouri, we had a shelter-in-place order until April 24th. Wise Virgin, Richard, made a suggestion, and thank you for those messages, Richard. Hopefully not everybody will send me quite so many messages, but hard to keep up. But if your casino has a hotel, check to see if you can make a reservation. What a great tip, right? I know somebody else, Robin from Anytime Gambling, it's N-E-Time Gambling, is someone who talks a lot about craps and blackjack. Great guy, Robin. He had a post earlier today about they decided to move their April reopening in Massachusetts to beginning of May. I think he might have said May 3rd or May 4th. So a great thing to do is to check to see if your casino has a hotel, when they will start accepting reservations. And that's a way to sort of keep track of what the internal thinking is. They could still put it off, but what's the current number? And that's my suggestion to you. Let's see, here in Missouri, they had a shelter order in place until April 24th. Yeah, we don't know. Every state's very different, but I think the easy thing to do is just to check the hotel and see when you can make a reservation. You don't have to make a reservation, but when you check to see, you'll be like, well, not until then, at least. Scott, just FYI, illegal to conceal and carry on Indian reservations, just FYI. Usually there's a sign on the door. It does depend on state law, but I have an article on tribal casinos, actually several, and those will be coming out in its own category. Don't mess around with tribal casinos. Don't mess around with tribal casinos. I'm going to say it a third time. Don't mess around with tribal casinos, okay? They have their own police force. They have their own judge. They have their own legal system, all right? And the casino is owned by the tribe. So it's just not anything to mess around with. There's, I think, do I have the book? I have the book on my shelf over there. Robert Narcissian, The Law for Gamblers, I think that is the title of the book. Chapter 8, Tribal Casinos, OMG, WTF. That's the name of the chapter. That's very appropriate. So, one of the things I'll talk about, actually, we have only 2 minutes left. The last thing I wanted to go over common definitions, which I wasn't able to get to, but the last one I wanted to go over, the fourth article, was state gaming regulations and what you need to know. So I will share these two links here, so at least you have them for the last two articles that we run out of time for, which is fine. And so definitions, some obsolete ones having to do with coins. Yeah, again, it's sort of a history thing and some of that. But it's good to know what a candle is and some other stuff. So then I have also the state gaming regulations and what you need to know. And one of the topics in one of the subsections in that one is about gaming regulations. And in the United States, it's primarily states. Now, I am of the opinion that if Utah says there is no gambling in our state, that they still have, that it's still a state gaming commission or state gaming jurisdiction, Utah, because they do have gaming regulations. It's a amendment in their constitution, a bit of their constitution, which says none, and that's about it. So that's enough for me to call it a gaming regulation, a gaming jurisdiction. So 56 of them in the United States, one for each state and territory and federal district, even though that doesn't say much. Doug, let's see, Denise had a guy that robbed a bank in Fort Worth and went to WinStar. He was spotted on a blackjack table, and they would not let feds in to arrest. Had to call tribal police to do it. I think the guy would have preferred federal. Yeah, not to be messed around with. Interestingly enough, and just a few more seconds, Ohio Gaming Commission actually posts all the arrests made at casinos. We don't have any tribal casinos in Ohio, but any of the arrests made and what the offense was is all documented, and you can go read it. It's pretty interesting. Cleveland doesn't look like a pleasant place to be gambling. Yes, please, everyone. Thank you, Steve. Everybody take care. Have fun. Be safe. Make good choices. Hope this the podcast audience enjoys a little more consistency and a little bit less distractions. We shall see. Let me know if you feel otherwise. So take care, and I will talk to everybody next week. And there'll be more videos coming up. Hello, slots enthusiasts. Welcome to the show. It's great to hang out with you for another Professor Slots podcast episode and live stream. If you've ever walked into a casino, looked around, and wondered what's going on, I can help. This is a live stream Q&A session every Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time here on my John Friedel Professor Slots YouTube channel. If you are here live, it's great to hang out with you guys and talk about slots. A few people got here a little bit early, and the chat is full of comments and welcomes to one another as everybody has been getting to know each other in our last, 21 weeks of live streaming every Saturday. So I know it is a holiday weekend, but today is kind of between holidays. So with all the self-quarantine, or perhaps a better word might be self-isolation that's going on. If we weren't doing that, I might very well not have had a live stream this weekend, but we're all pretty isolated and perhaps not spending time with family like we might want to. So I figured we would keep this up. Now, my father is here, or is supposed to be. He's learning the technology of being here. And so I want to say a hello to Dad and his wife, Barb. And they wanted me to use her last name, but perhaps that's not wise, since this will be on YouTube forever. Right. So I wanted to say hello to family on this holiday weekend. But today we're going to talk about some of my slots-related videos and posts from the last week. It's not a lot of material, but some of them I think are good. One of them, two of them were kind of discussed last week a little bit. So I have a post on each article, and then I have a video that I'm trying to make of some of my articles, and so we might get some repeat, but we can deal with that, I'm sure. I'll keep it short if we've covered it before. And it really isn't my attempt. This is not my attempt to tell you what the post says or to tell you what the YouTube video is. You can go see that probably. Hopefully you already have, but it is to kind of cover some of the things that didn't make it into it, some of the questions you might have, and to answer those questions as best I can, and whatever else you come up with. Eventually, we're going to be a jam-packed show. It might be another 20 episodes, another 20 live streams to be jam-packed with topics to discuss where we won't be able to get to everything. So I imagine before too long, particularly when the casinos open back up, the chat will scroll and scroll and scroll, and I probably won't even be able to catch all of it. So because it'll just be scrolling so fast. But that hasn't quite happened yet, so I should be able to get to everybody's questions, so ask them while you can. Right, so welcome to everybody in the live stream. Let's see who was able to make it this holiday weekend. If you are able to sign into chat, and I know some people have had some difficulty signing into chat, but if you can sign in so you can type into chat or start chat, make sure to say hello to everybody and me, and as well as tell us what state you play slots in. Now, looking at the live chat, I see that the regulars have been doing this. So let's go through. Right. Chuck says the audio is good. That is probably the first thing I want to check. First thing I asked about. Right. Scott, here we go again. Chip. Hey, Chip, I won't use your real name. I will, Chip Barron, plays table games too, but we've been having a lot of emails back and forth. Although I might say that I reply once a day to his 3 or 4 emails per day. One of the best jokes I've heard so far this year was, "I'm only going to email you once a week," and I was like, "Really?" That counts as one, Chip. So. So hello, Chip. I see your question. I'll come back to it after I say hellos. Scott. Yeah, I think I have an idea what Chip's asking about because we had some conversations. Yeah, see, Chip says that in like the third or fourth chat message. You understand the issue. Yeah, he's asking about players clubs and during the shutdown, but. Scott, I almost feel like the shutdown will go longer than the end of April. What do we know? I mean, that's a conversation, whether it was Chip or somebody, it was somebody else, Richard, a different Richard on Facebook. We were chatting this morning, I think it was. And one of the points that was, we could have once said, this is unprecedented. All right. And while all the casinos starting up again is unprecedented because it hasn't happened yet, all the casinos shutting down only happened 2 or 3 weeks ago. And while it's not exactly the same thing, in a way it is. So it was kind of hard stop for a lot of the casinos. Governor said this, they did that, boom, particularly in Ohio. And where I saw that, it was a rough stop. And they may have something. I can't imagine that restarting the casinos will happen as quickly as the casinos closed. Casinos closed over 2.5, 3 weeks. A startup of all the casinos in 2.5, 3 weeks just doesn't seem it could be that fast. Right? So it might take a full month for casinos to open. Yeah, for basically the all clear, basically. And that's hard for me to imagine as beginning of May. My father was asking me about this when I was talking to him on the phone this morning. He's like, so when is Soaring Eagle going to open in Mount Pleasant, Michigan? A tribal casino, one of the largest in the state. I think the largest tribal casino, but MGM Detroit is probably the largest casino. I think I wrote that up in my Michigan Thoughts article. But Soaring Eagle is the second largest casino because Caesars Windsor is not in Michigan. Anyway, all these details about all the states, which I'll talk about in a little bit. In any case, yeah, it does, Scott. It does seem like the shutdown will last longer than the end of April. We'll have to see how it goes. I'm feeling a little bit. My thoughts on this is, I feel like we're doing a little bit less of the week to week, and I think that's been the case for less than a week. So maybe this will be the unusual week of one quiet one, besides all the other stuff that's been going on. I get the same feeling, Scott, but we'll see what happens. Hello, Jan from Texas, who gambles in Oklahoma. Welcome. Let's see. Yep. Dave and Lois are here from Ontario. Dave and Lois, how did you get from Florida to Ontario? You sent me some plane pictures. Did you fly? Because that sounds like a fine idea instead of driving. No hotels, I guess. And let me keep on going through some of the chat here and reading it for people on the podcast. And honestly, people on the podcast or listening to this later on the video or the podcast, we have a lovely time in the show. I'm not letting the live chat be part of the video because I want people to feel safe and private and all that. So they just share with one another during the show and also to draw you in. So it's a pretty fun time. It might not, Larry, who has not been on the show for a little while, chat in the chat for a little while from UK, Larry from UK. He's got some stuff going on with people staying with him, and usually this is a quiet time. It's pretty late for him. 7 hours ahead, 6 hours ahead, something like that, depending on the time change, which was recently. And so he's not able to join what listens to this later. So I want to say hello, Larry. We miss you. And he's watching this later. Right. So Scott says he lives near Springfield, Missouri, Missouri, and travels to northeast Oklahoma to gamble, mainly play at Downstream, Indigo Sky, and a couple others. Just love these names. Play 9-liners and 25-cent machine slots, as well as 5, 10, and sometimes 25. When you say 5, 10, 25, do you mean $5, $10, 25, or do you mean nickel, dime, and because you already said quarter? Richard, hey, Richard, welcome. Yeah. Richard says, at the end of May, this should all end. That's depending on the tone, which you said that, which I can't read in text. At the end of May, this will all end. Or at the end of May, this will be all be over. Text is chat's interesting when it doesn't have a tone. Could go either way there. Denise, welcome, Denise. Live in Texas, plays in Oklahoma. Sorry, Jan. Jan is in Texas, mostly plays in Louisiana. Nesquilla. I wish I knew how to pronounce that better. Chip, big hello. He's saying hello to everybody. Yeah. We all are expecting to be back at the casino. Chuck is always helpful in the feedback. Appreciate that. Joanna's here. Hello, Joanna. Paula is in Mid-Michigan. Paula, have you ever been in a casino? Joanna, are you 21? So I don't mean to pick on you. They're helping me out. They're family, friends, their family. And they're helping me out. We're trying to figure out how I might need somebody to watch chat or something like that. And we'll see how it goes. That's something I wanted to talk to you guys about in a little while, just so you're not too surprised. Steve is in Wisconsin. Hello, Steve. Yep. Paula is in the Flint area. Keep up the conversation, people. That's great. Mark, hello from Ohio. Mark from Minnesota. Leonard Sterling. Could casinos stay closed until a vaccine? We don't know. We don't know. There's so much we don't know. I try not to speculate. We have years and years of examples of flu vaccine. We can think about what's happened there, getting into position where we treat it. What's the term that some people use? The playbook, the flu playbook, where you have a vaccine that covers the different kinds of flus, and hopefully the one that you get is covered, and then you reduce a lot of the difficulties and the health system can support it. That sounds like a fine idea. I'm not in the medical profession. I couldn't tell you. I don't like not having the answers. It raises my stress levels. Could? Yes. Wise Virgin, Richard, are all the majority of Vegas lights out from closures? Only seen Wind Pit. No, I'm told that if you go to, what is it, Vital Vegas, Scott Robin, he's on Twitter, and he is just, he tweets all the time. He's an insider. He's worked for some of the companies. He doesn't currently. He's got this podcast and other things that he does. But when something happens, he knows the day before. And so he tweets all this stuff. And check him out. I've talked about him before as one of my favorite podcasters. My Las Vegas Visits article. He has, I mentioned him in there, and he's the only one who responded and said he was blushing at how much praise I was sending his way. Scott Robin, Vital Vegas. Jan, you and your sister might meet my father and Barb sometime when I go up to Soaring Eagle. I promised them to do a casino evaluation. Done more for my father than anybody else. In fact, it's not even something I plan to offer very much, because otherwise I'd just be flying every weekend. All right, David from Oklahoma. Yep, watching bingo cards on slot screens is the best to only play on the G line. Anybody want to take there's a couple people on the Indiana slots community that have some good information on bingo cards, video bingo. And they have, what is it, Four Winds, South Bend, Tribal Casino that opens up, and they have that, and they're really on top of that. I know Oklahoma has Class 2 machines. About 45% of all the slot machines in Oklahoma the data was sent to the Oklahoma Gaming Commission, or Oklahoma, we'll call it Gaming Commission. It's all tribal casinos. About 45% of them were Class 2, and which meant some interesting things for Oklahoma. But I still see Indiana as being the real, of the people that I know, the bingo experts. So you might want to go to professorslots.com/IN for Indiana to maybe sign up to that group and check some of the posts there. They have conversations about winning on those. They've invited me up to show me those because I haven't been to play a Class 2 machine any place decent. I might have seen it in Michigan, but lately I've been getting interested, and I need to spend some time with one. They're just physically a distance away from me. I don't know. At this point, it might be 500 miles or something more. But this one opened up about a year and a half ago, and I need to get up to it, to South Bend. So Leonard says that he's been to Caesars Windsor. Yeah, I hear in Ontario, which is just across the, St. Charles? No, St. Clair River in Detroit, in Canada. You have to gamble in Canadian money, and there's a conversion rate, so you automatically lose a percentage there. Otherwise, it's a Caesars property, and it's, I used to be Silver Star that's probably at this point, with Southern Indiana not being a Caesars anymore, the Caesars Windsor is probably the closest one. But I let that go because they closed near me. David, didn't answer your question as much as I would have liked to. I can direct you to somebody. Sometimes I'm kind of a concierge. I know people with the answer, and I send you their way. Let's see, motorhome, towing car, airplane for the summer at home. All right, more detail than I expected. So you took your hotel with you. Excellent. Dollars. Yes, Scott. So this is, like I said, there's going to be more and more chat, and I don't want to take the whole show, but let me quickly go through. Isn't WinStar in Oklahoma the largest tribal casino? It was when it opened, or the rebuild opened. Is it still? That's a good question. Foxwoods, Mohegan Sun are just, at one point, Foxwoods was, Mohegan's never, in Connecticut, never quite caught up. And then WinStar opened, and it became the largest. But this is something you've got to check every couple of months. It has been. WinStar in Oklahoma has been. Really, Joanna, you're 23. What the heck? What time just goes by? Huh. Hey, Joanna walked into a casino and walked out with 10 cents. So not the best outcome there, she says. I know plenty of people who came out without the 10 cents. Hey, you've been listening. Okay. So Aero Direct Fong, that's a name I haven't seen for a while. California has Indian casinos with slot machines. Aero Direct Fong said that everybody in Sacramento, California, he's from Sacramento, California, the city of Indian casinos. And I just want to mention, this is one of the things I wanted to kind of go over, for instance, California has tribal casinos only. It's the second most number of tribal casinos of any state. It's hard to count how many Oklahoma has. It has at least 108, but they have more than that because some of the convenience stores have a little room or a building behind it, a small building behind it that would they can have slot machines because it's on tribal land, etc. So some of those might still be open, but there might only be 5 machines or some small number like that. And then there's the illegal, but not enforced to remove them, bingo games in Utah, which I've been getting photos of what those look like. So that's a convenience store, which is a necessity and open. So that's the sort of thing we got right now as far as open. But California has the second most number of Indian casinos, and Oklahoma has at least 108. Yesterday, Richard turned 55. Happy birthday, Richard. April 2nd. Okay. For Joanna. So Denise says that WinStar is still the largest casino in the world. I like to, check. Everybody's competing. I'd heard that they had a good lead, but I'd been to Foxwoods, and they got the money, and they've got the big players from New York and Boston right there, and it wouldn't surprise me if they, going to take a swing at it. They've been competing with Mohegan Sun for so many years. They'd just build up. Each one would build up and compete with one another. I don't think MGM Springfield had a chance when they came into Springfield, Massachusetts, and were, I would say, blithely unaware of what the tribal casinos in Connecticut what they were capable of. They prepared for a year and a half before MGM Springfield opened to build loyalty in their players, and there's a guy named John. I don't think I've seen him on the show, but he's my inside guy. He's a gambler there, and we've been talking for years now. Yes, Dave, I am in Ohio, which means if I was in Iowa, I'd be equal distance from all the states. I'm currently in Ohio. It does not have online gambling, online casinos. It's blocked. But Indiana, and as well as sports betting, but I'm just trying to stick with slots. And Indiana has some sports betting. Kentucky did allow online for a while, but then not so much. So I have to. I got a blocked comment. I'm going to show it. I'm not sure what Richard is saying. So I try not to advertise on this, and this technically isn't an advertisement because I'm not asking for money. I have 57 Facebook groups, one for each state, territory, and the federal district. If you go to professorslots.com/ and then the 2-letter postal designation, that'll send you directly to Facebook, and you can join your state or the states that you visit. And it's a group of fellow slots players, and I'm glad Richard brought this up. So if you join that, then you'll be able to have conversations like this every day with people in your state. Now, I have a 57th group, which is meant to be not a state or territory or federal district. It's meant to be worldwide. So that one's called Professor Slots Enthusiasts. And you can look that up or go to my website and you can find it. Or sign up to my email list and you'll get the list every week in my weekly email. So, I'm fine answering questions. I don't have a lot of material to cover because that's kind of duplicate of the last the last live stream. So let me just keep going with the chat. I'll try to read the question so people on the podcast can understand what the question is, because I'm interested in learning what people want to know. Let's see, where was I? And we'll come back to the Facebook groups because that's something there that I wanted to talk about. David says, Oklahoma, what's up with perfume the casino puts out in the ventilation system? Are you sure? Does it? Maybe the air just smells beautiful in Oklahoma. But I wouldn't be surprised if... See, there's these little details. This is why I made the state-by-state Facebook groups, because I have these minor questions. Can you smoke in a business in Oklahoma? Because you can't in Ohio. They have these outdoor patios, the whole feature of an outdoor patio at a casino with slots. And we could, what's the advantage of playing in one of those with a limited number of slots and everybody smoking and what goes on there? And that's an interesting concept. Maybe if you can smoke inside of a casino in your state, then you wouldn't be interested, right? So I would imagine it has something to do with the smoke. But let's find out. You can join the Oklahoma group and ask, and someone might know. Sometimes we get casino employees, but they're maybe not in the area of the casino that you might have the question about. Angela, welcome, Angela. You're in Ohio as well. Yeah, Hollywood, Dayton. Sure. I did a review on that. Let's see. I think it was podcast episode 13. Did an assessment in 2. Haven't done the one in Columbus. I've gotten, there's people who I believe Chip is also in Ohio, he's told me. And I just don't see myself going, I know you didn't ask, but going to visiting people, because there's only so many weekends so many weekends in a year, and I can't do that. Okay, so Denise, who does, I think Denise is right. She lives in Texas, gambles in Oklahoma, and Jan is the one who lives in Texas and gambles in Louisiana. But Denise says that the scent is to drown out the smoke from all the people smoking. Right. So Angela's the second part of her comment was, you're new here. Like, well, welcome. I'm sure you have said what class they are, but can you tell me? Right. That's actually one of the articles I put out in the last week. Ohio has no tribal casinos. So everything's a class 3 slot machine. The Oklahoma has published some articles, and I have articles on each state. Since you're new here, I'll say that. And if you, I said that wrong. professorslots.com/FB, and then the postal designation. So if you add a FB before the state 2-letter postal designation, you'll go to Facebook. But if you don't have the FB, if you just say like professorslots.com IN, you'll go to my article on Indiana. If you add the FBIN, you'll go to the Facebook slots community. Sorry about that. And so if you go to, Angela, if you go to professorslots.com/OH, you will go to my article and it'll talk about some of this. If various topics that seem pertinent. I've written it like 3 times now. So each year it gets a little better and I expand it a little bit further. Biggest casino, second biggest casino, payout returns, if any, theoretical payout, return statistics, where you find them, do they have them, analysis of a few things. So you can look that up. It's a resource for everybody, every state. Richard wants to know more of casinos wired for first 5 spins hits versus tribal casinos are time clocked. It isn't, no one tribe owns all tribal casinos. No one business owns all commercial casinos. Each business at best, and I don't mean like Caesars Entertainment, I mean like Harrah's, a division of Caesars Entertainment, and Horseshoe segment of that business. They have their own executives and they have their own ways of doing things. So each business, each tribe makes a choice. And I've mapped out maybe 8 different business practices a casino might do, and they have no reason to do a lot of them. They just pick it. They pick one. And so, when I talk about the winning strategies and people say, well, that doesn't work. And I'm like, right, they're not using it. They're either using one of the others, one we haven't found yet, or they're not using any. But that would be stupid because these things give them advantages. So we just have to find it. We can't make them do it. And so do tribal casinos, in order to do the 5-spin method, it's my 5-pull method I talk about. And this is just briefly to go into it. I found that if I went into Belterra Park in Ohio, which is a racetrack, a casino in Ohio, near the Ohio River, not too far from Cincinnati, but outside of the town, no city taxes, thank goodness. There was a lot of taxable jackpots I won there, and I was glad not to have to do that. But pay that tax bill. But I found that when you went into the high limit room and you just bet 5 times on a particular machine, that you would win something. But when you won something on the first spin, second spin, third spin, fourth spin, fifth spin, there was no more. I played for hours and I didn't win anything. Stupid of me, but I wanted to check. And I was winning money, so much money at the other casino. I was just trying to see why wasn't this working? I don't understand. And then I understood. You can find a casino that will give you a taste. It's called a taste. That's one of these articles that I'm not covering right now actually could be very useful for having a conversation. Terms, a taste. A taste is when they give you a little bit of money when you first sit down on a slot machine. Not every casino, the casinos that choose to do this business practice, and it would have to be a wired, but by which we mean a central server that runs the slot machines that can adjust the odds. This is something very new. It only became possible to do these things in 2012, but it's advantageous to casinos, and I figured out how to win when they do that sort of thing. They win, but the few people that I've trained on this win too, and we shall see how it all works out in a few years. But if you do this 5-pull method and you stop once you win anything, and some casinos do that, and move to another machine, do the same there, move to another machine, do the same there, that will get you, allow you to capture the tastes, right? Because what they want you to do is spend that money, stay there, spend that money, and then whatever you brought with you. Thorax, Changeling. Hello as well. I'm trying to keep up with the chat and say hello to people and ask questions because this is our live Q&A. I know a few other people with live streams, and they seem to just talk. Maybe they have an interview with somebody, and I think they spent an hour long or 50-minute long. They might spend 2 minutes on talking on the chat, but you guys have questions. So you want to know. And so this is my opportunity to answer questions. Now, I do try, lately I've found that just jumping around on so many different topics can get a little confusing. So I have been trying to add, articles from the last week and videos from the last week and go over them. Like right now, I have a video that's coming out, and I have a post that it's already out on common slots definitions. What's a carousel? What's a bank? What's a candle? What's some of the terms that are obsolete, because some people still use those things having to do with coins. So I'll come back to that. But let's see. And I still have that question from Chip at the beginning. So I'll come back. I'll probably go back to that one. So I know, Richard, you want to know which casinos have the 5 pull method and which has the time clocked. And we don't know, right? You have to find out. You have to go and figure it out. Now, you've mentioned 2 winning strategies, okay, that if they're actually business strategies, and if you uncovered them, then there is a response that you can do that would allow you to win, which is not the casino's intent for doing that business practice. But there's also 6 others. 6 others of my techniques it could be. In a casino, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, they won't do all of them. They might do one of them. They usually do one of them because it's crazy not to. It's an advantage for them. But it's also an advantage play for us if we do the counter that I've come up with. So like winning the taste, stopping, moving to the next machine and collecting tastes. I don't particularly enjoy that method. I think, it's fun to win, okay, but it's not entertaining, right? We talk about gambling goals. That's on a video I do have out, identifying your gambling goals. And one of them, the biggest one, is entertainment. Another one is earning comps. Another one is making money. But really, it's kind of in that order. That's what most people like entertainment. A lot of people like comps. And the third one is making money, which is fewer people. And that, in mine is like researching and understanding how it all works. But you can do more than just one. You can have entertainment while you win money and get the comps. But it's all sort of like learn to do one well, add another one, and then figure out how you do the 2 together and throw in a third one. And it might take a little bit of time. And that's one of the things I can talk to you about. And because I've done it, I've managed to do all 3 at once. And I'll tell you what you need to do. And I don't usually sell on these live shows, but I do have professorslots.com/consult, where we go over things for like an hour, 50 minutes, and just answer your questions and very specifically to your needs in your state and your casino and what you do and how you might adjust and what to watch for and just good conversation and then follow-ups. So let's see. I think I've done the best I can with Richard. Jan, how can you spot the good machines when you walk into a casino? The best thing I've been able to do is spot the bad machines. All right. I've got a method for that. It might not be every bad machine, but even just avoiding, some people win a lot and lose more. All right. So what I try to tell them is you are winning enough. You need to reduce your losing. So if you knew at least one way to find bad machines, don't play those. In your balance between your revenue and your losses, your income and your losses, which come out to your profit, the difference comes out to your profit goes up if you lose less, but you continue to win just as much. So what I'm talking about is my goodness ratio, which is on my front page under choosing slot machines, right in front of professorslots.com. And you can read that and you can see what I mean. So that's, the one way to sort out of all the slot machines that you play, sort out those that you want to avoid, where even if you won something, you wouldn't be winning more than you spent. And I don't want to get into the equation. It's a very simple equation, but how to do that. But it's right there in that article. And the video that I made of that actually has like better graphics than I have in the article on my website. So just look up on this YouTube channel, choosing candidate slot machines is the name of my video. It's right there in the front of my page. If you go there, I put it right at the top. Let's see. Paula might be asking about smoking in casinos in Michigan. I don't know. You know about Michigan businesses. Ohio does not. Oklahoma does. Nevada does. And I can just tell you where I'm allergic to cigarette and I'm allergic to tobacco. And I'll just come out with they might even hear a couple of podcasts where I left the casino where they had smoking, and I'm all grovelly voice. So it's hard to do a podcast immediately after coming out of a smoky casino, or I got a particularly, bassy voice. So let's see here. Getting caught up. Mark asks, does the random number generator in the bonus game work the same as in the main game? That's a good question. When you have, there's advances, okay? You remember the Wheel of Fortune machine, right? Where the bonus round was a spin. The results of that spin were part of the calculation when you first pushed the button and made the bet. The reels turned, it landed on spin. The second wheel above turned, it landed on something. All that was calculated at the push of the bet of the button, okay? Because of how these things work, all that was done, it has to be. It's too hard to calculate if you have multiple RNGs as the game progresses, because you're only allowed to have one return statistic on the machine, one theoretical payout on the machine, if the state has those laws. So whatever the result of your bet was an RNG calculation. Now, it may have been done multiple times, but it all has to be done when you make the bet. All that bonus rounds and all of that was all figured out. Now, sometimes you have to make a choice. Sometimes in the bonus round, you have to select something. That's a class 2 game. That's a skill-based game. If there's hardly any skill, this is not, poker where you're trying to have a best hand or play optimal play. It's any choice means that is when the RNG is used. And you don't make a choice on bonus rounds. I mean, starting it, press the spin button to make the big wheel spin. That's not a choice. That's playing the game. Just keeping it doing what it's going to do. And so there's only one choice. So it's not a choice. It's just proceeding. So RNG is only done at the beginning of the game unless it's a skill-based game. And class 2 is under a different, there's hardly any state gaming regulations on those. Let's see, Scott. Try it on. So Scott says, I would like to try the 5-spin idea. Going to try it sometime. A couple of caveats. You seem to follow what I said. Some people like to use 10 spins. I think that's kind of burning up too much cash, but some people like 3 spins. And I'm like, you want to give this machine a chance, maybe. So I go kind of middle of the road with 5 spins, but you might be a little more, a little bit less. I think 5 is a good place to start. Also, don't do what I did. Don't go into the high limit room where I learned this. Go play a penny machine, or a nickel machine, or even a quarter machine, 1 credit, some small amount. Because the thing about the 5-spin idea, the 5-pull approach, is that if it's done on one machine, it's on all machines in the casino. You see why now, if you do find it exists, you want to make a serious consideration of going into the high limit room. And I'm so sorry, I got distracted a few minutes ago. What I was going to say was that The reason why I don't like the 5-pull method is once you play every slot machine, how long do you have to wait for this to be re-engaged? Is it going to be the next person with a different player's card? Is it going to be an hour? Is it going to be a day? When does it reactivate? And so I play each high-limit machine once with the 5-pull method, unless I see somebody playing it. So I try to go in a quiet time, and then I'm done. And who likes to be in a casino for 20 minutes? Either you win or you didn't win within 5 pulls, and then you're done. Come back tomorrow. I'm like, man, I was going to be here like 3 hours, but I can't because I'm done. So 5-pull method just doesn't give me enough time to play. Although it's nice when you win those $5,000 jackpots and stuff, in the first 5 spins. And but the other thing I can say about that, again, this is stuff that's kind of not in the article. Things I've learned about it is on the 5-pull method. It's very obvious. It's obvious to other people. So down at Belterra Park, yeah, I was winning $5,000 jackpots, $1,000 jackpots, $2,500 jackpots, and just again and again and again. But people saw me doing that. I saw somebody doing it. That's what I just couldn't believe it. I saw somebody, and I put this in my book, and I'm like, well, what the heck? And word got around, and the casino responded. How did the casino respond? Yes, they did not turn off the taste. They just lowered the amount. So when you first press the bet button, it's not actually one random number generator. Well, it's one random number generator, but it's used twice. The first time is to see if you win. The second time is to see how much you win. Right there at the push of the button. So they didn't change having a taste. They reduced the amount. So then, 6 months later, I'm putting in $100 and I'm making 5 $20 bets. And, I would win $20 on the 5th push of the button, or I'd win $50, get a cherry or something. And I'd be like, so I just spent half my money. Where before it would have been a $5,000 jackpot or a $2,000 jackpot. Now I still came out ahead over time because of that method, but I didn't, casinos respond. I don't think we have hardly anything to worry about. I'm just pointing out these things that can happen with some of these winning strategies. I don't think we have anything to worry about until we get large, until we get a big group, until I start telling this to 1 million people or 500,000 people spread across the United States, spread across the world. Then the casino is going to see an impact on their finances. It might be just a blip, but they might start going, well, wait a minute, this can't be right. We can't allow this. But they can't stop you, but they can change their business practice so that you don't win as much. But that's going to take years, many years. So try it now and just be ready for change. It's going to be like a game back and forth, like that MIT group that did the card counting schemes. The casinos were driven to having, throwing people out. And then the team that was doing all this had fake mustaches and a hat. And so the casinos went to, having more players' cards, and the casino, just back and forth. And 20 years later, now we've got not multiple decks, but infinite decks, automatic shufflers, infinite shufflers. So you start to see this response to the advantage plays, but we're not there yet. We're a decade or more away from it. So don't worry about it just yet. When we get bigger, then these are the changes that we're going to start seeing. So I have a book behind me over there called Learning to Win. It's on Amazon. I only mention this because somebody just chatted about it. Lois. No, it wasn't Lois. It was Scott. Thank you, Scott. Seems to be fairly popular. Most popular book I ever wrote. No, it isn't. Oh my God. I wrote a dissertation, which is like 300 pages, probably the same size as the book. The book is like 230 pages, 337 pages. And depending on what format you get it in, the PDF is 237 pages. But my dissertation for my doctorate is technically a book. a little more technical, a little dry. And I guess it's been checked out of the library, the depository at Iowa State University 487 times. And I've only sold like 410 copies of Learning to Win. My second best, I'm sorry, I'll get back to it. Funny how life treats you. Let's see. Arrow Direct Fong. Can I use my cell phone to record myself playing the slots? Legally, no. Legally, it's dangerous. It's a state law whether or not you can use your cell phone to record yourself playing the slots. Many casinos will tell you, can you record the video? And there are, we see videos on YouTube, right, where people are there playing slot machines and recording it and commenting on it. Those people have an agreement with the casino. I've talked about this in the past and how they don't have an agreement with the slot machine manufacturers who are, renting the machines to the casino, but the casino's covered. Maybe not the person recording, but some casinos will allow you to record. Most do not. And the people who do allow you to record, these slots channels, they have a contract with the casino and you don't, right? So you can record yourself, but you run the risk of it being interpreted as an electronic gambling device. And that's a felony. You run the risk. Now, a gambling device is not a piece of paper. So you can write it into a piece of paper. But I knew that. And so I went into the casino with my little booklet. It's right behind me over there on the shelf, a little booklet. And I took notes. And it might have been all of 2 minutes. I was writing down, for my goodness ratio, I was writing down what the top jackpot was and the credits amount and what was it? And the number of credits, the denomination, and the top jackpot amount to calculate my goodness ratio, which is to determine whether or not a slot machine should be avoided. And it wasn't 2 minutes later that a guy in a suit was standing next to me saying, "What are you doing?" Wasn't a felony, but he said, "Our business does not allow that." So at least you'll still be told no, but at least it won't be something where you can be arrested for it. Sorry, didn't mean to jump on you there, Arrow Direct Fong, but I don't like people being surprised by these things. Taxes and illegal activities in casinos. And tribal casinos, they have their own law enforcement, Tribal, there's, you might not even have rights. Right. Jan says, I understand goodness ratio, but what I was saying is, how do you spot the winning machines? Oh, yes. Okay, so there's another way. We've talked about casino business practices, and one of the casino business practices that existed prior to computer servers, before they had direct control over each slot machine from it remotely. One of the things that casinos been doing for a very long time, I actually showed this before, and I think I dug out more of these. So there's this one, and there's this one, and there's this one, and this is all getting kind of loud, and there's this one, and I think I got like 3 or 4 more down there somewhere. I just sort of keychains that they made for me in 2004 when I sat down at a machine, 5 times play, $1 denomination, 5 credit maximum bet. And I put $500 in when I was a graduate student. And before the $500 was gone, I won $500 again and again. And again, and again, and again, and again. And then I had my first hand pay in my life about an hour later, and I was doing 1 hand pay an hour. And I was shocked. Never ran out of money. that first weekend I came home with $10,000. No. Yes, $10,000 in cash. I put it on my end table, $100 bills. Couldn't sleep because I was looking at it. My little studio apartment when I was a graduate student, working on my doctorate. And I kind of like put a book on it to cover it up so I wouldn't have to look at it. And it tilted. Because you ain't going to hide that. And then the next, Monday I went back. And this is all in my book, but the next Monday I went back and took another $500 and did it again. And then for 6 days, more or less, I think one day I stayed home and had a test or something. Went to school. And on the 7th day, I put $500 in and it was gone 5 minutes. I was like, what just happened? And that's when I thought about that for years when I moved to Connecticut where there wasn't any good slot machines and I didn't know how to win. I thought about it. And I'm like, no, it's statistically impossible. I mean, very unlikely. I'm not that lucky. The casino did something. And I began to think about, I found that winning slot machine because I'd read something on the internet at the time. What was it? Netscape, 2004, end of 2003. And I realized that it was the second to the end slot machine on a row near the only bar, clearly visible to all those people. And they didn't have machines at the bar at the time. Clearly visible to all these people not gambling, and people would look and cheer and then run to a slot machine, but not the one I was at. So this is what I now call a hidden promotion. It was visible. Anything happened, it was seen. And so it isn't just at the bar, near the bar, but it's one place that I look. I now walk into a casino and I walk around and it's like my eye is drawn to the curve and the path and the open area behind it where there's a restaurant or a bar or smoking parlor or something. And I just like, that's a candidate, maybe that one. And I go. And, one of the services I was considering offering in the consulting is, if you feel that you can take a picture from the entrance of the gaming floor, stand outside of the high limit room, take a picture, walk along the main paths, only if you can sneak a photo or something. I just don't want to get people to get in trouble. And maybe I can do this remotely. Maybe I can do what I do when I'm actually in a casino and say, there's your candidate one. There's, is it not obvious? You can got a high up display seen from a distance over that corner. It's facing this way. What? You're not seeing that? And so I built this observation, this ability to observe. Now the casino, will they do this oldest promotional, how to win, how to make people spend their money? Will that casino do it? I've gone to casinos where they don't do it, or it's not that time of year. They have a budget for these things. And sometimes they go through their budget. So I might try 6 months later or something. Let's see. And that's the best way I can explain it. I'm trying to figure out a way to, get an image, get a photo. There's things I can't do, things you can't do. Floor map. The casino doesn't give out a floor map. If you look from above, don't take your drone in, please. That would be too funny. To capture the paths. But, this sort of walkway planning, there's professionals who do this sort of thing. But I have to actually walk the path because I can't do anything else. You can look for these things, but you do need to kind of have an idea. Well, all you can do is try the ones that are sort of sticking out like a sore thumb, and try and see if that casino will set those up to win. They might not, but it's the oldest technique that casinos have to get people to play. So what are the odds, right? Let's see. If you want to watch someone just throw money at a machine. Yeah. JB, was it him or who's the other guy? Had a conversation with the gentleman. I want to say SD. That's not right. I have too many scattered notes here. SD guy? Is it SD guy? Something guy. And he had spent about $50,000 twice for a total spent of $100,000 and didn't win anything. And I'm like, what, you work for the NFL? You know, you're a former quarterback? Who has money like that? But people do. People do. You know, it's not any different for me, if you just remove a couple of zeros. Wow, I can't believe I spent $1,000 and I didn't win a thing. You know, yeah, I've done that, but 100,000? Eek. So we had a nice little chat about how the casino business practices work, and it isn't something that he seemed to really want to know. Anyway, I wanted to mention on the Facebook groups that we are getting larger, and this comes with a bit of a problem, and I wanted to make you aware of it. Oklahoma is my largest slots community, has the most number of members, as well it should. The second largest is Washington. Now, there are spammers out there. This is just a brief conversation, but there are spammers out there who aren't going to waste their time with small Facebook groups, right? Because they want to impact a larger number of people. Well, getting close to 200 on Oklahoma, and over 100 or so in Washington, and that's starting to be of interest. So we're getting some pretty professional spammers trying to get in. Now, I check them out. They ask to join. I basically look at their page, their profile. I don't want pages to join because that's obviously a business. And if they want to do business with me, then I'll set up a contract and build a relationship. But it's going to cost. If they're an individual, then they can, express their slots interests, of course. But if they have a business, then they need to work on a different arrangement with me. So, but sometimes what I'm trying to say is sometimes they get through, because some of these people this is not accidental stuff where they, play a piano and put something on there, or just, I'm going to share with every group that I join that I have this grandson who did this, and it shows up as content unavailable because the kid's got his, privacy set properly in his Facebook group or page, profile. So I see some more, I won't call them attacks, but people are trying to get in and who are professional spammers. Let me know. I think it was Jan or Denise or both who have helped keep an eye on that sort of thing. Just be diligent. I'm blocking a few people that have obvious, this guy in New York slots community, and I joined him, and it wasn't within 3 seconds that he had 4 posts on his online poker business. And, I have Facebook tools that allow me to dump him in anything that he's posted in the last 7 days, and any other groups that he's joined, and he's just gone because 3 seconds. I don't even know how he did it. It was just waiting with his button all ready to go. It was just amazing. I respect professionals, but I promise to protect you guys, so I'm going to do that. Now, we are out of time. Thank you for coming to the Q&A. It was a lively group. I'm glad to see that. And I will see if I can answer the last few questions here on chat, but I'm going to end the stream because we are almost 2 minutes over, 1 minute over. So thank you so much. Have fun. Be safe. Make good choices. Bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Hello Slots Enthusiasts. It's great to hang out with you for another Professor Slots podcast and live stream. If you've ever walked into a casino, looked around and wondered what's going on with slots, I can help. Master Casino Slots, win your way to success. This is my live stream Q&A session every Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time here on Professor Slots-John Friedel YouTube channel. And if you're here live, it's great to hang out with you guys and talk about slots. Today, as usual, our topic comes from, as usual of late, our topic comes from my slots-related videos or articles published in the last week. I'll discuss some of its finer points, some of their finer points. And because this is my weekly Q&A session, you'll have your chance to ask questions about those topics. But before I get to today's topic, first I'd like to welcome everybody on the live chat and see who's with us today. If you are able to sign in the chat, which is the only way you can leave a message, lots of people don't even bother to do that. But if you do, make sure you say hello and tell us which state you play slots in. So let's take a look at the chat. Somebody just want to tell me if I've got good audio and good visual, because when we first started doing this sort of thing, it was some fumbles on my part. The technology getting better. Hi, Joanna. Young Miss 23-year-old. Philly T, nice to see you. Nice to see your text, your chat. Steve, welcome. And Ray, thank you for all the likes on Facebook. I do appreciate it. I wonder who likes 36 of my things all in a few seconds, and it's usually you. Russ, nice to meet you. Joseph, Joe, great, California. Good afternoon to you as well. Ray, yep, he is from Ohio. Thank you, Joanna. I appreciate the feedback on the audio and visual being good. Scott's here. Philly, good on both. Excellent. Russ, hello. He says he plays in Alabama and Mississippi. Okay. Let me check stream health here for a second. Yep, excellent. Yeah, it's amazing what some of the things that can happen on the technology side of things. Anyway, audio okay, coming through great. Okay, so hello everybody. Talk amongst yourselves. Thanks, Ray. Ray says he's trying to support a good cause, and I appreciate that. And not that he's the only one. You guys being here is great. And while I'm chatting with you, feel free to, it would help to pull people in from the wider YouTube universe right now for the live session if you liked this video. If you could take a moment to do that, we can end up with a larger and larger crowd each time. And Paula, I'll answer your question. Well, Paula asks, did I hurt my wrist? Because I do this, okay? And the reason I do that is because I sit at a desk and I use a mouse and I write articles and articles and articles and articles. And yes, World of Tanks, Scott, is the gaming that I was doing. So, but I was writing for you guys. And I kind of wear a hole in right there where it's most worn. And so I decided that I didn't like the pain, and now I do this. Okay. So I was continuing to have, but getting a little. So everybody on podcast who can't see the video, I wear on my right hand a fingerless glove with padding, and no, it is not white with sequins. Okay. Okay, so I will check back in on the chat in a moment, but I wanted to proceed. Thank you, Chuck. Yeah, no, there's another way to reach me, but I got too many screens open here, so I will. Chuck kind of went outside the chat and reached in, and that's awesome. Right. So, so again, thank you for joining us today. Whether you are listening on the podcast, watching this video recording later, or actually here with us on the live stream, you are always welcome to come to the live stream at 2 p.m. on Saturdays, 2 p.m. Eastern time on Saturdays. But hey, everybody who's here, whether later or not, I'm glad you're all here. Okay, so our topic today is, drum roll, please. Yeah, I'm not that good at YouTube yet. Don't have the piped in audio. So no drum roll. Today's topic is casino safety. So let me give this link that I'm about to share in the live chat, which I've made sure isn't available later. So I'll put it in the description. Well, I'll put it in the description of the podcast. Or you can just look up casino safety in YouTube. And if you do that, then you'll get this link. But there's two links I'm going to share. One is to the article on my website, which is where there's a link to the video on YouTube there as well. And so those two are available for everybody. And if you've seen it, this one came out. I feel your pain, by the way, Scott. He got kicked out of another group. Whatever it was, don't do it here. Sorry, I have to tease. Right. So I was successful in my goal the last, is it 2 weeks? Yes, the last 2 weeks before this, I was only able to put up a video, write it, record it, edit it, finish production of it. 2 out of the 3 scheduled times I want to post. I want to post on Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. Then we have the live on Saturday. So the live Q&A on Saturday. So 4 videos per week. And I was only able to do 3, including the Q&A I've been doing for 21 or 22 weeks since just before Thanksgiving last year. Oh, by the way, we're likely to not have one on the 4th of July, which is months away, but 2 months away, or a month and a half, 2 months away, a little more. And that's, hey, Jan. Jan is in Texas, but plays mostly in Louisiana. And you're not going to distract me, people. I'm working on this. So I will get back to you in a moment. Feel free to comment. Don't stop. But I will come back and catch up on the comments in a little while at appropriate break time. Right. So the format that I've been trying to go with lately is, and with some success, has been videos on Sundays, Tuesdays, Thursdays. These are recorded, scripted videos, mostly based on my articles for now, and then live on Saturday. That's what I want to maintain forever. For years, and I'm getting a little more practiced at it. The live needed attention since November because it's a lot of things happening at once, and there's choices to be made, and all this other stuff. But the recorded videos actually give me a chance to put in audio and give me a chance to do graphics and some other things which I don't appear to have the bandwidth for. You know me, every time I have one of these, I talk a little bit about the technology. It's partly because we need to talk about the technology with slots, because that's where all the advantages are. And I don't limit myself to slots. I don't limit myself to slots. I also think about, how to have a good slots channel and what the technology would be involved in there. Where's the advantage play? So the schedule that I'm trying to accomplish here is to have these videos weekly, 4 times, 1 live, but also try to, on the live one, I love answering your questions, but it can be a little scattered, and I'm trying to focus a little bit more. For those people who aren't here, who might be watching this later, who love to leave, I will call them typical YouTube comments, the kind of sandpaper ones that'll take your flesh off. This was always the plan, and I'm not justifying myself to you guys. Anyway, great. So we are looking at going over now these days most of the session, now a long session on a topic. Make sure in the future that you check my videos for the week, and it's likely to be one of those. So far, these videos that I put out have been kind of like the first articles I wrote. Not exactly, but the first articles that I wrote were about, so everybody understands what a candle is, right? Everybody knows what a class 2 and a class 1 is. Everybody knows what, this means and that means. It's just to be able to have a conversations, to know the jargon for slots. So I just wrote all those down, and a lot of that's in my book, but I, made an article out of it. And then I did this and I did that. And I won't say it's the simple stuff. It's plenty of us are experts at slots, but maybe we're only experts in a few states. So there are some states that have tribal casinos and some that don't. So maybe you've never been to a tribal casino. I've only been to one a couple of times, but I've been reading about them and hearing about them. So, I don't live in Oklahoma. I don't have access to 108 of them. I have one that came in about a year and a half ago in Indiana, and I still need to drive over. But I've been in Michigan, and I've been to actually more than a few there, including the first casino I ever went into, Keewatin Casino in Manistee in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan on the drive home when I lived in Iowa. And that topic is in the book, which is right over my shoulder there, Learning to Win. The plan going forward, which I've been finding my way by doing live, which is the most active thing I'd ever done on YouTube, was to talk about stuff here. Answer your questions is always something I want to do, but I also want to take this opportunity to, how do I put this? Talk about the stuff I put out that I didn't cover. So I'm going to be talking about casino safety. The links are there, and the links are there, and I think that you'll like this video. I more than think it. The data shows that people like this video. The analytics. This is one I published on Thursday, 2 days ago. So almost 2 days ago. It was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 4:30, something like that, on Thursday, and it's gotten the best first 2-day response of anything I've published. So I have hope for the future that it'll keep getting attention. And so that's my proof. If you are interested in that topic, other people are, so you're not alone. And that's why I want to talk about it today. So yes, I think you'll like it. So I'm not trying to, so when I mention content I've uploaded or posted in the last week, when I mention that content during these Q&A sessions, I'm not trying to spoil it for you. I'm not, if I wanted to do that, I'd just show you the video. I'm trying to do something extra. I'd like you to check it and see if you have any questions, and maybe you need, it would be a good idea to do that. I couldn't tell you which one I'm going to do. I figure it out a few hours before the live Q&A, but one of them is usually what I'm going to cover. And so far, I've covered definitions, some basics, welcome to slots, do you know what the interface is, a few other topics as we've been trying to do more, and I've been trying to cover more and more in the last 2 or 3 Q&A sessions. So what I'm trying to do here is not spoil it for you. I am trying to talk about some ideas and thoughts that I had when making that content, which might not otherwise ever be up for conversation. Or maybe I'll make another video to complement that video someday. And these are the ideas that I'm trying to judge if there's an interest in. So this is also the opportunity to sort of see behind the scenes info of my thought processes as I develop this video and article. So let's get in. Well, I'll check quickly with the chat to see if there's anything I need to jump on at the moment. Scott, we will be able to play again. It won't be the same, but Scott says, I don't know if we will ever get to going to get to play again. Hold the faith. Keep the faith, Scott. If it does change, and I saw this wonderful video on Facebook, if you're a friend of mine, you might have seen me post it. It's about a comedian is talking to her younger self of 4 months, and it's just hilarious. The person who's living through all this asked the person 4 months ago, do you like Netflix? Anyway, it's hilarious. What I'm trying to say, Scott, is that everything changes. Trust that you're feeling about wanting to play slots, to go to a casino. Trust that somebody somewhere is going to figure out how to make that happen because you're wanting to spend money and they want you to spend money. Okay. Or even make money if we can do this right. So change will happen, but casinos, I don't think, take a lot more than this to stop us from wanting to go to a casino. Somebody's going to make that happen. Scott, business-wise, he says I shouldn't, because I'm, 4th of July is a holiday. If we're all in self-seclusion, maybe I will be live. I'm just not entirely sure. We'll see if we can go to a casino or something, or maybe I'll be on vacation because right now I'm at around 22 weeks, which is a little shy of 2 years or half a year. And so we will see. So let's see. Checking through this chat here. Quick question from Scott. Slot machine wins by Chico. So this is a pretty common question. Everybody has central servers, except it's easier to say who doesn't have it. And who doesn't have it are those who can't physically, and if you've been on the show for a while, you'll know, you need to wire up the slot machines to have a central server. It's not just the central server. It's in a closet somewhere. You have to have all the wires connected to it. So that means you have to run a wire. They're not doing Wi-Fi on this stuff. That's breakable. You have cables. That means you have to renovate casinos. This came out in 2012, and most casinos have done enough renovation. Those who have not is a smaller number. For instance, riverboat casinos. They don't have any place to put the cables. If you wanted to run a cable to every slot machine in a riverboat casino, you have to put it under the floor. There's really no other place to put it. The ceilings are not that thick. There's not enough place for this. You can't just, renovate a casino with a slap of paint. You need to actually tear up the floor. And you can't tear up a floor in a riverboat casino because that's not a floor. That's a hull. Otherwise, Ray had a win. I'm going to assume he's talking to everybody else, or he had a friend who had a win. So Chip says, regarding casino safety, can you request chips and jackpot payouts? That's interesting. I don't know. Chip wants to know if you win a taxable jackpot playing slots, if you can ask for the winnings in chips to go play a table game. Interesting. Talk amongst yourself, Paul and Ray, and we'll get explanation. All right. You're welcome. Slot machine wins at Chico. It's the easy way to tell if you have a central server is the Players Club interface. Is it push button LED lights, or is it a touch screen where you can order a drink? Because if it is, then it's been wired up. Usually, that's my quick answer, just looking at a slot machine. Okay, so glad we're caught up on chat. Let's head on over to casino safety or 5 fun ways to protect yourself, at least the extra material. So like I said, I don't want to spoil it for you, so I'll hardly be talking about it, but and just giving you my thought processes and some of the extra stuff that might actually be an article later, depending on interest. We'll see. But I'll tell you now. So at a high level, the video talks about 5 fun ways to protect yourself within the casino environment. Why might you need to protect yourself at a casino? Because, my dear fellow slots enthusiasts, we carry cash. Now, if it's not just about winning a big jackpot with all the people that saw it happen when you won that big jackpot, that you would want to safely get out of there. That can happen, yes, but I'm not talking about that less than usual situation. Although if I have my way, you will all have that experience as time goes by, as we go through all these techniques to win. But every one of us carries cash before we start playing slots. We're slots players, so that's what we do. One of the finer points I didn't get into very far during the video or article, I have both, is the crime statistics at the Ohio Gaming Commission. I thought this was very instructive. So this, the Ohio Gaming Commission is a gaming control board that makes a great effort to share the various crimes that takes place in Ohio's casinos. So when I mention this, at least in the article, I provide a link to where you can find these, and I'll drop that into the chat right now. So you have that. That's the link where all the PDFs are located, and you have to select the appropriate one. It goes back years. So I didn't discuss this before, either in the video or in the article. I provided the link in the article, but I didn't go through this. So let's take a look at them now, because, this, as I'll mention in a little bit, this is what's going on in your casino. All right. If you go to a convenience store, they have a couple of slot machines. It might not be appropriate, but this is casinos. Well, let me mention Ohio. You may not know Ohio. I know Chip is from Ohio, or in Ohio, so he might know some of this, probably does. He's been pretty on top of things. But the rest of you may not know that Ohio gaming regulations kind of separate casinos from slots parlors. There's not exactly a different set of rules, but there's sort of like the general rules, and then there's this side and that side, one for casinos, one for slots parlors. And how do I describe this? Every state's a little bit different, so I'll just put it this way. Casinos have table games and slot machines. Slots parlors don't have table games. They have slot machines, so no table games, okay? However, slot machines have a racetrack and pari-mutuel betting and simulcast. So all of the win, place, or draw stuff that you might want to do with horse racing and dog racing, they have, I think they're all horse races, but you can, on simulcast, you can go out to all the racing options, not that they're currently open. But, so that Ohio distinguishes between casinos and slots parlors. That's the terminology that they use. So these statistics are only for Ohio's casinos and not the slots parlors. And there are only 4, according to the Ohio gaming regs and the licenses that are available, there are only 4 cities in Ohio. Let's see, Cleveland, Columbus, Toledo, and Cincinnati, where they allow 1 gaming license for a casino to have table games, slots, but not a racetrack. And they track the crimes for those casinos. So 4 casinos, casino resorts, more or less. They don't have a golf course or anything like that, but they're serious structures. Okay. And the crimes are categorized there in the link that I provided. If you open up one of those PDFs, the crimes are categorized by the charge, the casino, how many of them occurred, and by quarter. Angela asks, wouldn't I call these places racinos? Yes, I do, but it's not a generally in use term. So I didn't want to use that term. It's again, too many times I say things like, well, it's a class 2 slot machine. And people are like, what? And I'm like, oh, yeah. Skill-based. So I try to not use terms that people don't understand, particularly, I think everybody will get that, particularly for the people being introduced to all of this. One of the things I have become aware of is that people don't talk like I do. People don't discuss these things, don't offer this information. They sit down in front of a slot machine, all due respect, sit down in front of a slot machine and show you the video and edit it. Most of them edit it out the long times when they win nothing. And you know, you got American Casino Guide that has a couple of videos over many years, and you know, it's fine, but they talk about everything, including slots, but everything else as well. Then you have Wizard of Odds. He does card games and you know, dice and other things to give you the mathematical odds. And then there's me. So yeah, I don't want to overwhelm people by terms they don't know. But thank you. Yes, Racinos. So the most recent quarter available is the last quarter of 2019. And not to dumb it down at all, I don't mean to do that, but a quarter is, of course, 3 months' time. And the fourth quarter, the last quarter of last year is, September through December? No, beginning of October to the end of the year. Which one, Scott? My desk would be covered. Chip asks, why can't I have a picture of my cat on my desk? And I'm being distracted here, man. Hey, Lady Di. But I will consider it. Maybe I should put a picture of you up on the wall behind me, Chip, huh? If I had a picture of you. No distractions, getting back to it. With all that being said about quarters and casinos and charges, if you look at the statistics in the link I sent you for the final quarter, for 3 months of the end of last year, which is the most recent statistics available, 87 individuals were charged with 134 crimes over those 3 months. The previous quarter, from the start of July through the end of September, there were 93 individuals charged with 170 crimes. All right. Now, I look back the last couple of years, and it seems like July through September, what you'd call the third quarter of the year, seems to have more charges, more individuals, and that's typical. I think just more people at the casinos. Okay, so together for this last fiscal year, the end of last year, last quarter of last year, the one before that, that's what's being worked on now to fill out. There are 304 charges over 6 months at 4 casinos. That's 1.7 crimes per day. Compared to the prior 12 months, that rate of 1.7, it's actually 1.66, is relatively the same. So this is what you can expect. 1 crime, almost a second crime, every day of the week, 7 days a week, 52 weeks out of the year. All right? Roughly 2 crimes per day, 7 days a week, 52 weeks of the year. Now, there are higher number in July through September. Actually, it's about 33% higher. So it's going to be slightly less the other 3 quarters of the year. Now, what I thought you might find interesting, and it's a little bit like, I don't know, voyeurism or something, or a reality TV show, is what were the crimes? So let's talk about the highest number of charges. The highest number of charges, and maybe the reason why my casino safety video is so popular, the statistics show, is that 57 charges, very slightly less than 20% of all the charges went to theft. The second highest went to criminal trespassing. Now, what might that be? Criminal trespassing. Okay, so there's actually 2 charges. I'll talk about the second one in just a moment. This is criminal trespassing, like you might expect. So, my cat's bugging me. Criminal trespassing. I'd pick her up and show you, but she's kind of doesn't like hands on her. So the second highest went to criminal trespassing, and I went in with 32 charges. Which is 12% of all the charges. What the heck? What's going on there? Imagine what you might be doing to have criminal charging. All right. as a treat for everybody. Let's see if I can manage to do this. Come on. Come on. I'm never trying that again. All right. Yes, this is a comedy live stream. Okay. My cat is maintaining social distancing from you individuals, fellow slots enthusiasts. Okay, my face is red. I'm sure of it. Okay, so what's going on with criminal trespassing? Did somebody try to get past a door? Did somebody try to get in somewhere they shouldn't have? Another, I think, I'm no lawyer, and I'm not in law enforcement, but criminal trespassing, could they have been asked to leave the private property of the casino and refused? Right? Wow, no, I'm not going to leave. Everybody can be refused service, right? And if they choose to not leave when asked to, they could be arrested. That could be criminal trespassing. Anybody know enough about criminal trespassing to say what exactly that might be? But there's also another criminal trespassing. Well, first of all, the third highest number of charges. The chat is distracting. It's just amazing. The third highest number of charges went to operation of an illegal casino. I mean, think about what does that mean? Operation of a legal casino in an existing casino. Did somebody make a bet in the parking lot? Did somebody have a side bet? Did something? Was it illegal gambling? Well, sorry, it's operation of an illegal casino. So I'm not quite sure if that means like somebody made a sports wager in a place where you couldn't, or, somebody got in a fight and people were exchanging money, or there was a bookie or something. And the next one, the fourth highest with 26 charges, 8.5%. The operation of a legal casino was 32 charges at 11% of all charges. The false or fake IDs was 26 charges, 8.5%. But that's not anything to do with underage. That's fake or false IDs, not including someone being underage. The underage, there's three other charges where there's a charge for underage, which is aiding another to enter. 6 charges of 2 or at 2%, to actually enter the casino. An underage individual successfully entered the casinos, then was caught. That's 13 of those at 4%. And then others were stopped from trying to enter a casino. They attempted to enter and didn't. That was 19, the most. So if you're under 21, you can watch this video, but don't try to enter a casino and get stopped. You could be arrested. Once you get past the sign and get up to the security guard, or maybe they meant someone tried to, I don't know. It's interesting to consider the scenarios by which you might be attempting to enter a casino. Did you try to climb over the wall? But, if someone helped you with a ladder, then they were arrested. I just too many movies lately on Netflix. I got to turn off Netflix. It's just too many scenarios going through my head here. But the other criminal trespassing has a note next to it, VEP. All right. It's the fifth highest charge with 24 charges, or 8% of all charges. VEP, criminal trespassing, is people who put themselves on the state's voluntary exclusion program. You know about those? You can voluntarily, sometimes the states have this set up for family members trying to help problem gamblers by signing them up. Other states say, no, the individual who wants to sign up has to be the one who signs up. But once you sign up to this voluntary exclusion program, no longer being signed up isn't voluntary. Does that make sense? Once you're on it, you're on it. And if you violate the agreement, you could be arrested. Some states, in Ohio. So one of the things I was thinking about doing, these things spark ideas. So one of the things I do is look at this and I say, that really deserves an article or some way that I put that in. So I'm thinking that when I restart for the 4th year, my online resource for state-by-state articles, I might put a section in there about any available voluntary exclusion program. It's just, these articles are meant to be a service. They're right there on my website at professorslots.com online resource, or you can just see it right there in the menu at the top. And one of the things that I try to do is offer information about, for problem gamblers. I'm not in the medical profession. I can't help. I know that. But maybe I can provide a link to resources that can help. And one of those things I could do for each state is look into adding a subsection on voluntary exclusion programs available in that state. So I'm considering doing that. But these individuals, let's see, how many was it? It was, let's see, not 37, 24. 24 people, 8% of the charges were people who violated their voluntary exclusion program in Ohio. So yeah, that's what do you think? Do you think that it would be a good idea to add a section? So I'm going to check back, and I guess I'll start where the cat is. Yeah, Paula says, at least you tried. Joanna says, good try, aha, we appreciate it. Joanna actually has been to my home with her mother, Paula, and one time she went up to my cat, and you remember what you did? What terrible thing you did, Joanna? You were meowing to my cat, and that cat was looking back at her and going, meow? She had never meowed before, and Joanna taught her to meow, and I was like, no! Thank you, Joanna. So Chip, yeah, I'm glad that you thought that was hilarious. Yeah. Thanks, guys. I will, maybe I need to do a picture. Maybe I do need to do a picture, on my desk so you guys can see them, because I don't think otherwise you're going to ever see them. So, Lady Di is talking about one thing. Oh yeah. Did I mention, number 6? Let's see. So just checking in here. Was it Lois or who was it? Oh, Ray talks about drunk and disorderly. Yeah, we'll get to that one. Yeah, that's one of the things. Was it Denise? Might have been Jan. Might have been Denise. I'm trying to remember all the many conversations that I have talked about the law enforcement. If someone robs a bank, law enforcement checks the local casino. All right. Because somebody's got a lot of cash and what do they do with it? And actually, there's some details there, but I'm trying to keep this light. One of the things that what might you be charged with besides bank robbery would be money laundering. And so we'll get to that one too. We got a couple others coming up that we'll talk about in a moment. I'm just trying to hit the ones with the most number of charges, but some of the ones with the least number of charges are kind of hilarious, and it makes you scratch your head. So yes, it would be great if you wanted to hit the like button. We're 40 minutes in on our hour, so at this point probably won't have too much change in who comes live. But if you if you're on the podcast, subscribing would be awesome, so when the next one comes out. Even though I'm on a fairly regular schedule for these last 20 weeks, last half year or so. But if you want to subscribe, you don't have to. It turns out to be not that important, but maybe tell a friend. That would be awesome. And so, yeah. So let's see. Yeah, Joanna doesn't remember this terrible thing that has prevented me from sleeping at nights that she did. But I will remind you every, how about once a week? Yes. So I do get into the rambling a little bit. One of the things, less so than I have, but at the sixth highest charge was cheats at casino games. There's 5 of them. I combine them and combined they're the 6th. There's the 6th highest charge, 25 total charges. But only one of these is for table games, and it has only 2 of those 25 charges. The rest are, I don't know. I haven't looked up the criminal code for a Class E offense, type 2, 5, 7, and 8. If someone wants to look that up, that would be, and put it into chat, that would be great to know what each of those charges are, because we would want to know if any of them have to do with slot machines, right? So, and double check stream is healthy, good. And so that's the top 6 charges. Now, there are 2 charges for counterfeiting, 1 for assault, which is not good, 16 for disorderly and or intoxicated conduct, 2 are for money laundering, 6 are for possessions of a controlled substance, 4, resisting arrest. I want to say to Scott, don't mean to be distracted one more time with the rambling, but thank you for reminding me. Please continue to remind me when I get off track. So 4 for resisting arrest, 2 for robbery. Anybody know the difference between theft and robbery? Maybe it's a matter of severity. And then what's the difference between theft, which we already talked about, one of the top ones, robbery, and burglary? I guess burglary would be, well, it's breaking and entering maybe? I don't know enough about the legal definition in the state of Ohio for theft, robbery, burglary. But then there's 3, tampering with records, which kind of makes you go, huh? You know, we have paperwork when we win a slot machine taxable jackpot. How does that work? And then there's one for voyeurism and 1 for public indecency, which I suppose you might find any public, private establishment, any business. So one of the points I'm trying to make here is about your state. These are the charges, top 6 and a few of the lesser ones, for 6 months at all 4 Ohio casinos. How many casinos does your state have? Are they decent sized casinos? I mean, I'm not asking for particular numbers, but Ohio casinos are the 4 Ohio casinos are decent sized. I mean, they're not WinStar or anything like that. In Oklahoma, the largest casino in the world, but they are decent sized, to my experience. So there might not be, well, I guess a little smaller than MGM. Maybe MGM Detroit might be similar size, but I don't know that there is, none of the big casinos in Las Vegas. So like Bellagio, one of the big ones might actually be all of these combined for in Ohio. So every casino that decent size is going to have this many over 6 months and twice that for a year. And this is what actually happens. Your state doesn't need to have criminal statistics for you to get an idea from Ohio's criminal statistics what you're likely to find at any other similar sized casino as these 4. So if you have any thoughts on this, please let me know. And the thing that drives me now is to say, okay, Ohio statistics, very interesting. You can make some judgments about your casino or in your state, but what about tribal casinos? All right. This is Ohio State Police. Have you heard about the Ohio State Police? Don't speed. But tribal casinos have tribal courts. Almost everyone does. There's some like the one, I think it's the one in Maine. The tribes in Maine, they have some pre-existing conditions because the state is so old, where they don't exactly have reservations because they had something before the whole reservation thing happened. But most states have reservations, and which means that there's a tribal council, tribal government, sovereign nations, Michigan, Oklahoma, many. And I have articles on tribal gaming. And so if you get involved in a crime, if you commit a crime in a tribal casino, what happens? And that's where things get really different. So one of the things I had mentioned in the past was Robert Nassisian's, and I hope that I have to wait like 24 seconds. There's a delay, and I will just leave that up for a moment. The Law for Gamblers, A Legal Guide to the Casino Environment by Robert A. Nassisian. He's been on, a bunch of shows. You can't quite see the name. Narsessian, Nersesian. And he has a chapter 8, which I will briefly flash on the screen. And at the bottom of that chapter 8, which is called Indian Gaming, OMG WTF. This guy's, Robert, has got an interesting style. He's funny, but he's serious, and he is the person to call, apparently, he says, if you get in trouble with the tribal casino, because if you get in trouble at a tribal casino because you are picked up by the tribal police and you are held in a jail, and then you are prosecuted by the tribal law enforcement, the tribal courts. There is, he says, no such thing as habeas corpus, right? That means that's where a lot of your rights come from. Due process and other protections, those don't exist. This is from the Constitution, our constitutional rights to due process and other protections in an Indian casino. So there, you can petition, apparently, for habeas corpus, but you don't automatically have it. And those are, a lot of Constitution and federal statutes protect constitutional rights. And you don't have them in tribal courts. Now, understand that the tribal courts are a function. I'm not trying to give away his chapter, but the thing I learned from this book was this, that the tribal, it just points out the obvious. The tribe owns the casino. The tribe owns the courts. The courts are another entity next to the big money maker in the tribe. How might they rule? Are they independent? Not so much. I'm going to make sure there's no questions from the previous section before I move on here. Paula says there's 20 minutes left. No, there's not. There's 10 minutes left. But she said that 10 minutes ago. Let's see. Questions? No. Okay, we need more meat and yeah. Jan says, could it also be a court-ordered list? If you were to go to the link that I was sharing, there's actually another total overall for each casino and overall for the statewide, which would be the number of warrants issued, and that's it. Let's see. Court-ordered list. I'm not sure. Jen, you sound like you know more about the court system than I do. I'm not sure what a court-ordered list would... Oh, are we talking about the voluntary exclusion list? Yeah, there's usually a network because how this works, and this is why I want to write it up, voluntary exclusion program, you put yourself on that list, and it is distributed to all the casinos on some sort of network, not just the one that you go to. Not sure about court ordered, though. They have to distribute that list. You volunteer to have your name distributed so that any casino that you walk in state by state would turn you away somehow. So details there. There's details there that might be interesting. Thank you, Joanna. Yes, there is. So Scott, I try to accommodate people, Scott, about, I know it's frustrating to have these conversations, but it's also something that people, particularly in the live, seem to be liking. So I try to do a little of this and try to do a little bit of that. When I was teaching a lot, and I'll make this very short, after 20 minutes, people, teaching physics, after 20 people needed a break. I just let the break this time go a little bit too long. I'll blame the bump on the head. Ray says, are these all separate incidences but Scott, sorry, I make the recorded videos very, very short. Just boom, boom, boom. I even take out some of my breath sounds so it goes faster. So I recognize your need. Ray, are these all separate incidences, or could they have a combination of a single instance? Each charge is separate, but there are, I think I wrote that down. There was the number of individuals were charged, which was, where is it? Right there. Number of individuals was 87. The number of crimes was 134. So it sounds like, each individual might have had one charge or more, but they don't really get into that level of the statistics. But 87 people total. And of course, some of them can't be charged twice for the same thing. So you see some of that. Right. 26 in Michigan, 23 for tribal casinos. I believe the largest is Soaring Eagles. I think the second largest is Soaring Eagles in Michigan. And Ray makes the next point, which I was about to make, which is if you have to deal with a tribal casino, the number one consideration is don't. All right? Don't be in a position where you have to deal with the tribal courts, because it is not going to work out well for you without a serious amount of help, and they don't give you a phone call. So it's just to be avoided. Now, there's details in Robert's book that he mentions, and I won't copyright anything of his to infringement on that. But speaking of legal stuff, but don't make a crime. Don't. And I'm scared of tribal casinos. I have been, not for just walking in and playing and learning and none of that. I'm afraid of being noticed. I'm afraid of winning the top jackpot, $250,000, mega bucks, $4 million. That gets attention. And, I just worry about tribal courts. But most of it's just going to casinos and lose. So that should be fine. They like that. Most people are unaware. I've been learning that lately. There's details. I was talking to Denise. I have a lot of conversations with both of them. And one of the things we were talking about was the difficulties that you might have, with casino. Like there was this casino stimulus package for tribal casinos, and people were complaining about, or for tribes, U.S. tribes, and people were like making comments about it. And I'm like, this is not tribal casinos. These are the non-federally recognized tribes. It's just these. I don't go too deep into tribal casinos and how they function and how you are able to get federally recognized in some of my articles, but all that exists, like Class 2 and Class 1. A little more education would help people a lot, and that's part of my goal here. But I understand that people aren't, like I have slots history articles, and people don't like them as much as anything else that I do. They like the how-tos. They like, how to win, some of the other stuff. The least favorite, which is still pretty good. The least favorite is, history. And I'm like, well, okay, you're here to win. So I guess I appreciate that. Let's see. See you later, Scott. Thank you for your support. I appreciate it. Let's see. Talking about safety. Jan says, talking about safety, I just brought the gambling lockbox. Okay, so did you buy, let's see here. Did you buy this one? Or did you buy this one? You have a slot in each. There's a little slot right there. And right there, this one has a fold a dollar in it. One of the things I need to do is make videos of these two gambling boxes, which you can leave the key at home, basic idea, and make a video of it, unboxing video on YouTube. I can do that now. It didn't make sense for the website, but it makes sense for this. So yes, you just bought that. Let me know how it goes. It's part of money management. I would be interested in how it fails, how it works, how it fails. Not to give everybody a suggestion, but cracking and opening the floor in the bathroom at a casino so you can get the money back out. The black one, gambling box, it's called. I think I have some links in the sidebar of any of my articles on professorslots.com if you want the link to Amazon. Right. So, let's see, was there something else? That's kind of it. Last questions from everybody. Any experiences with seeing crime at a casino? While you think about that and start typing, I have. One of my first experiences at Prairie Meadows Casino in 2004, when I was winning all of those jackpots, and the others, was I saw there's like a big central staircase, and a couple of security guards had their arms around the guy who was handcuffed behind him, and they had his arms, through his elbows, and they were walking him down, and he kind of like hair slicked back, silk shirts. Not that I have anything against silk shirts. And they were holding him, and they kind of like struggled, and they kind of like tightened on him, and I'm like, ooh. I have no idea what he did, but that's some of the crimes that I've seen. Has anybody else comment below? If you're in the podcast, you might have to find your way to the YouTube channel in order to comment, but comments are available in below, and for people listening to this later, or even listening to this now, it'll come up momentarily when I close this down in another minute. Comment if you've seen crime. I hope not. So yes, someone did ask a question. Okay, so Ray asks about finding a good slot machine, and I'm trying to figure out the best way to do that because there's things that are problematic, right? I'm trying to find a way for me to be able to look at a photo, right? And maybe point out, see how this one kind of sticks out? See how this one's kind of high? See how these are, one of these are candidate slot machines because of their position in the casino. But I can't use a picture of the casino. I could do a sketch or I could do something. I'm just trying to figure out the way to do all this. Maybe I take somebody else's YouTube channel and I say this timestamp area, that third machine from the left or something like that. I'm trying to find a convenient way to teach people to do all this. So everybody, it's an hour. So have fun, stay safe, make good choices, emphasis on the stay safe. Thanks so much, everybody. Bye. Hello, everybody. Hello, fellow slots enthusiasts. It's great to hang out with you for another Professor Slots podcast episode and live stream. If you've ever walked into a casino, looked around, and wondered what's going on, I can help. Master Casino Slots, win your way to success. This is my live stream Q&A session every Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time here on Professor Slots' John Friedel YouTube channel. If you are here live, it's great to hang out with you guys and talk about slots. I'm seeing a lot of comments come through right now, but I'm hoping not to get distracted. Today, our topic expands on my slots-related videos or articles of the last week, as usual. And during my weekly Q&A session, I do make every attempt to answer your slots-related questions. To try to stay on topic, and today's topic is coming up. But before we get to that, I want to go over and welcome everybody in the live stream, on the live chat, and I'll see who's here today. If you are able to sign into chat, make sure you say hello and let us know which state you play slots in. For those of you listening later, it would be great if you could comment in the comment section below, or if you're on the podcast, then send me an email at john@professorslots.com, where John is spelled Jon. So let's take a look and see who's live today. Oh my, bunch of comments. Excellent. Looks like I don't have a timestamp on the chat, and if you're interested in seeing the chat, you have to actually come to the live show, because I don't, to give people a little bit of freedom, I have removed that from the recording. But so Chip has mentioned to me, Chip Barron has, not his real name, has mentioned to me that he has another name and he's just going to use it. I don't know for how long. John's Jovial Jack Potter. JJJ. And saying hello to everybody. Also, Denise is here from Texas. She likes to play in Oklahoma. Yep, more comments. Let me see what I have here. Oops. Okay. Scott is here. Hello, Scott. Oh, it's cloudy day in southwest Missouri. In Ohio, I'm going to say it's pretty much the same thing. And Scott has said something about Oklahoma. We'll probably have questions about some of the rumors and situations. I'll save a little time in our session today to talk about that. Basically, I try to get comments from a lot of people, and just like when the casino closed, and we'll do that again when they open, and we're starting to hear rumblings. Thank you, Chuck. I appreciate that the audio is good. I've had times in the past where I went 5 minutes, and great. Lois and Dave are here. And saying hello to me and everybody. Steve is also here as well. Excellent. I wanted to mention briefly that if you are international and you're trying to watch this video later, not live, but later, you might have a little bit of difficulty. Larry, I think everybody who usually comes to the chat remembers Larry from Lois and Dave are telling us how sunny and 60 degrees where they are. Dean is here, great too. But Larry from the UK wasn't able to watch the recording for 7-8 hours after the show was over. Normally, not to get technical at all, although you're all slots players, so we can get a little technical, I guess. The whole crisis situation means a lot more people are online. YouTube has not got a bandwidth problem, but some countries have a bit of a bandwidth problem. So to be nice, YouTube is trying to not use up all the bandwidth like during the day. So they try to do some things at night when so they don't really take away bandwidth from the UK or something, to use it up when it's most needed during work hours. So if you are international, I don't think there's a problem in the United States with this. If you're international, they have to process the video. There's a bunch of technical things they have to do with chop it up and share it with different servers so it's immediately accessible in your portion of the world. Yes, we are worldwide. You may not get access to this right away. Another reason to be here live, if you can, but some people, schedules change and whatnot. So just be aware that if you're looking for the recording of this later, and maybe I should put this note somewhere other than in the recording. I guess I'm just telling you what happened. It may not show up for like 8 to 10 hours. I think it was almost 12 hours last week. So I'll have to see what happens here. That processing usually only takes about an hour by YouTube. This last time it took 11, 12 hours. So 2 o'clock in the morning at my time. So just letting you know. Okay, so make sure I said hello to everybody. I think I did. And so today is, and anyway, thanks again for joining us today. Whether you are listening on the podcast, watching this video later, or here with us on the live stream, I'm glad you're all here. So our topic today is slots jargon. In the last week, I published another video. I had the article for a while for common slots. And some of these terms, most of these terms are in the book as well. Common slots, slot machine, casino gambling definitions. Some of them are pretty common. Bonus, like in bonus round, that's pretty common. But there are other terms that are a little less common, still in use. So in the chat, I placed a video link to a YouTube video that came out this last week. It's called Common Slot Machine Casino Gambling Definitions, and it's on my channel. You should be able to find it no problem. If you go to my channel at professorslots.com/live, that's a shortcut I made, or you could just try to go to my YouTube. There's places on my website, professorslots.com, where you can see a link on the sidebar of any article. So I just try to make it easy for everybody and just say professorslots.com/live. So this YouTube video includes 18 common slots terms like candle and bonus and roll up. But I also put in some obsolete terms because some of the common terms currently being used are quite possibly going to be obsolete at some point. And a lot of there's 8 obsolete terms that I put into the video towards the end, like hopper and weight count. These are most of the obsolete terms are, not all of them, but most have to do with coin operation. And I think you can imagine how difficult it would be to carry around tons of coins or the casino to have tons of coins, and how you could, active slot machine, now might run out of paper out of its a voucher printer, but you can imagine it was a lot more often to run out of coins when you won a jackpot, particularly if you sit and play for a long time. So that was always inconvenient. Anyway, I don't mean to spoil your enjoyment of the video, but as I mentioned last week, there are some extended things that didn't get into the video, some next steps, some remnant topics, and I thought I would see what it's your guys' fault, the live stream. You've used some terms that are apparently more common in other states than the states I've gambled in. I haven't gambled in all 50, and it was interesting to see some of these additional terms. So I wanted to check in with you and talk about terms that are not in the video. Now, the way that I've set up my website and my YouTube channel, not everything I have that I want to make a video of has been put up. There's another 70 videos I need to make before I even get into new material. And one thing I've learned is sometimes, it takes more than a single term. People who are in the live chat, would you start coming up with terms I mean, I don't mean make them up. Let me know of terms that you used. You guys have done this before, where you've used terms that maybe are a little bit less common or more common in some states than others. What's a term that you would like to talk about? And I'll mention if it's in the video, because I have my list in front of me. But I'd be interested in knowing what terms you've heard that you use with slot machines. And we'll see if, how many might go in my next video with definitions. So there are several. I've already thought of several, and I'll get started with those. You may have heard them, and I can relate to what those mean. But sometimes it's simple enough, like on a candle, to explain what a candle is on a slot machine, and it doesn't need its own article. But if you have something like hand pay, then you look at that. If you look at that and you have sort of a question about, what do you mean? I can write a paragraph, but it's also more of a concept, and the concept needs, a couple thousand words to explain it, maybe thoroughly. So some of these definitions I mention, but some of them I've also made articles on. So we'll talk about some of the terms you want to share, and there's a couple I'll bring up where, is that just a paragraph, or is that something like a whole concept? And I've done both, so we'll see how that goes. Quickly, I'll also say, if you are watching the video later, please put the term into the chat or the comment section so that I can see which words you're interested in. We won't be able to talk about them live unless you put them into the live chat. But later on, please enter those, because those are helpful there as well. And while you're at it, please like this video and subscribe to my channel. Thank you. And I did mention, if you're listening on the podcast, drop me an email at john@professorslots.com, where John is spelled Jon. Right, so let's see what jargon we have. I already have one from some time ago, but what else do we have in the live chat? Hello, Ray. Good to see you. Texan Jack Potter Slots. Yes, you were here last time. Hello. Kiosk. There's an excellent one. I should write these down. I will write these down so that I can remember. Yeah, kiosks have become very popular. For those of you who might be kiosks are a fascinating topic. And you don't have to be with a central server to have a kiosk. That's more of the Players Rewards Club. So one of the things kiosks, I just love that. Kiosks are something that, the casinos put in place so that people wouldn't have to talk. Oh, I shouldn't say it that way. If you have a human in front of you, you can be persuasive. If you have a casino employee in front of you and you want something, you can try some things that just won't work with a machine. Also, usually with a human being servicing at the counter, you have a line. But you can put in many kiosks, many automated stations, and not an ATM machine, although there's sometimes a little collection of these things. And you go over to the kiosk machine, and one of the things you can do is check to see if you have a free dinner, or enter into a contest, or more than that. I don't know if you travel much. Some casinos have pretty fancy kiosks. Like, for instance, Harrah's, North Kansas City has a kiosk that you can have a floor map. You can enter what slot machine game you're interested in. You can enter what denomination you're interested in. You can enter, how many credits. It would take that and it would search the casino, and then it would show you a map of where you would find it. So that was pretty extraordinary. I haven't seen in my local casinos that intricate, but there's a whole bunch of reasons, mostly customer service, but also some other things that have to do with the casino not losing quite so much money for comps that perhaps weren't earned. And also, if you tell somebody no when they ask for something verbally, how can you make that first person feel good? So when they are unsuccessful. Yeah. So there's lots of reasons for kiosks. So kiosk is very prevalent right now. Yep. Retrigger. Sure. Thank you, Richard. Richard, you have the other one, the one I was thinking about before, which we'll talk about. Yeah, I think you're right. Retrigger is a little less common, but it is. Let's leave that out. It's a little less common, but the concept is, I think, kind of covered a little bit. We have taste and some other words that kind of get close to that. One thing we have to watch out for is like branded terms, right? If that's from somebody else's book and, it's copyright infringement or something, I just want to make sure that I give credit and I don't know who authored that term. Anyway, yeah, retrigger. That has to do with several things that can happen with a slot machine. Like it could retrigger when you change slots players, or at least the player's card, or you empty the bankroll, or there's a question of what all these retriggers will do. I've actually heard from Eric Rosenthal, who you may know if you follow other podcasts. We had a breakfast one time with a bunch of podcasters at Foxwoods about 2 years ago. And wow, April 2 years ago. Just like the anniversary, 2-year anniversary. Anyway, I had breakfast with that group and sat next to Eric, and we had a nice chat about his insider information from some of the slots companies about whether removing a slot machine or removing all the cash or doing both would cause a retrigger. But one of the concepts that came into play that we talked about is there's a retrigger and then there's a retrigger. So there's different things, different levels of retriggering. Like, for instance, some casinos that I've been to have a winning slot strategy where if they're not played for an hour or 4 or 6, then it's much more of the retrigger means the first person to sit down is more likely to get a jackpot than if it had been 5 minutes. So the whole concept is a retrigger, but how much, how much of a winning strategy is that under what circumstances? So that's the basic idea behind retrigger. Chip says that a kiosk is often used when there is a group of similar slots in a circle. That's a carousel. My best understanding is that's a carousel. If they're all in a row, it's a bank. And I did put that into the video. Kiosk, I think there's like a circle of ATM machines, Players Club entry. What else? There's like voucher, cash exchanger, bill breaker, and that would be a collection of kiosks. Yeah. Okay. Dean says that there is a term, rapid fire, which is to when you make a bet and you can let the reels turn until they stop turning, or you can halt the play by hitting a button. So push the button to bet, the reels start spinning, hit the button immediately, they stop. There's no, they put it in as enjoyment. How many people do that? How many people let the reels turn until they're done, or they do rapid fire where they stop it, bet, and then press it again to stop, and then just bet instead of bet, wait. How many people do this rapid fire? All right. I'll see if anybody comments on that. I myself do that. I don't, it's very rare. I don't, yeah, okay. So there's rapid fire of the main reels, but there's also a bonus round. And one of the things I'm sentimental about Wheel of Fortune in part because I found winning machines that happened to be Wheel of Fortune. I had a conversation with Jan, right, about having how Wheel of Fortune is, I say it's my favorite, but please understand that's a personal, sort of a sentimental feeling. I like them because I won so much on them. I also kind of grew up in front of the TV show a little bit. So it's sentimental, and I don't mean to advocate that Wheel of Fortune is always going to be winner. It was at my casino, and I made the most I possibly could of that. Okay. Richard says, species, similar slots controlled within its own network server. Are we talking about progressive? Similar slots controlled. You might be talking about progressive, but you might not. A network, usually a casino only has one network for non-progressive machines, but then they would have many networks of different sizes for similar themes, and we typically call those the progressive machines. That one network PC includes extra tracking within that one species, money, payouts, comps, losses, profits. Well, if I take a step back from that, what do we know? We know, without, going into a casino and finding out what they do, that slot machine manufacturers usually lease, particularly if they're at all new, lease their slot machines to the casino. And part of that lease includes getting some of the income from those. So in order to be able to fulfill that contract, you would need to know how much was bet and how much was returned. But that's not too hard to count. When Richard says comps, losses, profits, I don't believe so. The comps, you don't get comps at slot machines. You go over to the kiosk. So it's not really slot machine specific. Losses and profits, yes, sort of, but it's not by individual. It's by slot machine. And there's some concepts in there that I'm trying to separate and be clear about. Something along those lines is there's statistics, at least to the casino, because they have contracts that they have committed to. Let me make sure my stream health is good. Yeah, good. So we can get into that, but I want to kind of answer everybody's questions. So one of the concepts that you've brought to mind, Richard, is that a casino has a payout return, the ones that report, and we know what the payout return is. They have a payout return, but many states will give payout statistics, not by slot machine denomination, sometimes by month, sometimes by year, only by casino. And that's the payout return of that casino. The casino knows more, but the state might only require that much, if that. And one of the things a concept I've been thinking about is, a slot machine has a payout, individual payout by wager. And some states say there's a maximum limit, and some states say there's not a maximum limit, and there's some things going on there that might turn into a winning strategy if I can capture it properly. And one of the things, something I'm working on the side, or another article eventually. And one of the things I've come to realize is, you, as someone who plays a bunch of slot machines, have a payout return like an individual slot machine does. with a bunch of different people playing it, you would be an individual person playing a bunch of slot machines. So what I'm trying to do with Professor Slots is to help you have a better payout return. Now, one thing I recognize is that if you win money, you might just have more money to spend, and it still ends up being a great night because your $200 became $400, and then you spent the $400 and you still went home with zero, as usual. But you had a lot more fun. So, the people who have an entertainment goal can do that. So, I see more here. Ray lets it turn and stop. You can, that's great. Certainly some of the video ones, you don't know what's going to happen. It has a bunch of sort of like stops, goes, before it gets to the end. And that can be very entertaining. Yeah. Let's see, a caravan. So when you say caravan carousel, you're Richard, you're thinking caravan. I mean, I think in terms of like a row. So you're thinking like a bank of machines. I've heard it called bank of machines, like bank of a river. But carousel is interesting. Caravan and carousel, interesting. I hadn't really focused on that one too much. Right. So Ray asked the question about retrigger. Yes, when I was talking to Eric Rosenthal, who has a personal friend in one of the slot machine manufacturers, he did talk about how it has to disrupt the random number generator. That's really all that can happen. And if you're wondering what the concept would be, it's basically using, there's sometimes takes me a while to make it non-technical. There's something called a frequency distribution, and there's actually a bunch of different kinds. In fact, there's ones that are like standard distributions. Look in any statistics book. And then once you get into the math, there's actually an infinite number, because you can have a bell-shaped curve, right? But you can squeeze it in so it's kind of like this, or you can squeeze, change it so it's like that. So even though it's the same frequency distribution type, you can have a bunch of different parameters to make it narrow or thin or high, and so that is how they control the odds of winning with an RNG. Its distribution over time. So I can understand how not being sure of the answer, because, that sort of thing is something of a physicist, sort of computer engineer, sort of statistician sort of topic. And believe me, when I've taken so many statistics courses, the first couple of years was just like, what are you talking about? But after that, you sort of like get tuned. Talk about jargon you don't see anywhere else. Statistics is one of those. Hello, Joe. Welcome from Massachusetts. Let's see, Richard. I peeked over the top of a bank of slot machines, same species, and seen all 6 network wires, from each of them 5 TITO wires into what the text said was the server for that bank. Sure. We don't need to wire how things are wired up. I've talked before about having to put wires in from each slot machine to the central server. There's not 300 entry points into the central server. You have a nexus, put it on a network, and you collect them. A great explanation for this is Wreck-It Ralph 2. Ralph breaks the internet. Anyway. Yes, Chip said he's had some luck stopping it hit a good win stopping it myself, but not often. And Dave or Lois said they don't have much luck to force stopping machines. It shouldn't matter. It can't matter. It can't matter on Class 3 machines. Class 2, if the skill involved playing a Class 2 machine, again, two terms that I talk about a lot. Class 2 is competition style, often a game of bingo. If you get flexible about your thinking, you might also say it's video poker, right? You have a choice at one point, which is skill. It's not a choice of do I or do I not push the bet button, but rather a choice of which cards to keep. And so it's a skill-based game, and some people call that a Class 2 machine. Indiana's gone a long way with getting that through the state legislature. In any case, mostly it's bingo. And there's pickle cards, pickle games, some other stuff that's a little more common in some places than others. But on a Class 3 game of chance, there is no skill. After you sit down on a machine at a particular time and put your money in and you press the button, when you press the button to start the whole thing, everything is figured out right to the end of that bet. At the moment of the bet, everything is figured out in microseconds, including, 200 bonus rounds. It's all calculated right there at the beginning. You push the button and that's when it's done. If you force stop it, it doesn't matter. It ends where it was planned when you made the bet. Now, we could have a bit of a philosophical discussion about, well, how fun is that? It's fun if you don't know what it shows. You have to wait for the reels to stop spinning, whether you cause them to stop or you just wait for them to stop. Just because the decision was made early, nobody told you. So it's an interesting, they love to have you have. I know it takes away from things to understand that when it slows down, the reels slow down, and it's like going to be a 777, and the last one just sort of slowly moves over to not a 7. That's fun. I'm sorry to say it was all determined back at the beginning when you made the bet. Let's see. Hey, David. Oklahoma is more likely to hit with more people playing or less people playing. Right. So it's not quite 50-50 on the Class 2 and the Class 3 games in Oklahoma. Every couple of years, they come out with a report of how many they have of each. And this all matters as far as renewing compacts and arguments with the governor and all that. It's all part of the thinking. Oklahoma has about 45% Class 2 machines and 55% Class 3 machines when they last reported on this about 2 years ago. So, hey, Gary, good to see you. And so on a Class 2 machine, if it's not video poker, but rather bingo, and that's pretty common at tribal casinos. Class 2 games don't need a state compact. You just need to be federally recognized. And federal law protects that. So Alaska, anything, any of these Class 2 games at tribal casinos are permitted unless they're sort of, oh, right. You have to be federally recognized, which is a huge burden. So to accomplish, it takes years, decades sometimes, and it's not fair. It's not a fair process. It's just look it up. It's politics. Right. So if it's a Class 2 game, maybe based on the game of bingo, then the more people playing might actually lower the odds. But the question is, how you have a bingo game, you might have a 8,000 seat auditorium where they're playing bingo. Foxwoods had something huge like that. It was there when I was there 2 years ago, but I think I've heard that it's closed. And some of these are high stakes. And that's not what's happening with slot machines. Slot machines are usually many small games. So if you had 10 people in a game, one of them is going to win. If you have 200 people in a game, online electronically, I mean, these other people are in a network in that same casino, then one person's going to win. But, with so many fast bettings, it goes far faster than a bingo game. So if you get fewer people than the one game typically has, there's a maximum number of people that would be in a bingo game on these machines. If the number of the people in the casino drops to half of that number, then we're talking about you having a 50% better chance of winning. So a lot of information I don't know, like how many people are in a game, how many games are being played at once with a casino like WinStar. You have to find a time when few people are playing, but if they only need 20 people, then you won't see a change in odds. Hope that helps. I need to write an article on it to sort of go point by point through that. Right. I knew this was going to happen. People were wondering about casino openings. Yes. So Carrie asks, and she's from Wichita, KS Star, Kansas Star, and from Wichita, not to be confused with Kansas City. What's going to happen? She asks, what's going to happen when the casino's open? Is it going to be win-win or lose-lose starting up? I have my own opinion on that. And it may be that when casinos start opening up that I will be right. But I think the best thing we can do is the casino that you go to, Carrie, or David, or Lois and Dave, or Richard, odds are it's not going to be the first one to open up. So let's keep in touch weekly. Send me emails or comment more often if your casino opens. And then you'll be our guinea pig, and we'll see what happens at your casino, and then we'll know better at other casinos. Just hope it's somebody else. Somebody else's casino opens up. Unless you really, really, really want to go to a casino, and then you can be the guinea pig for us. That will work. We did that when the casinos closed. Hey, there's only a few more open. Maybe I should go the night before. Is it busy or whatnot? And we learned several things. Like they said it'd be open till midnight. In some of the Florida casinos, they'd be open to midnight, and they closed it all down at 10 o'clock. We just knew, we know that happened, and we think about what that means. So when the first casino opens, let's stay on top of that, and we'll share amongst ourselves, and then we'll see what happens. Okay, that's factual. That is a plan. Let's do that. Don't have an answer for you now. Then there's my opinion. Which is, seems pretty clear based on other things like casino business practices, compacts, state regulations, that if it's at the beginning of the month, it's to meet their requirements, either by their business, by their state, by their compacts. If it's in the beginning of the month, they're likely to have take your money. But at the end of the month, which is usually the division between meeting the monthly requirements, in Nevada, it's weekly, but in most other states, it's per week, per month. And so they need to meet that requirement for the month. So I would bet that at the end of the month, whether they open at the beginning of the month or middle of the month or the end of the month, at the end of the month, it'll be paying out. Yeah, that's my thought on that. Joe says, has anybody seen red screens outside of Oklahoma? I don't know what that is. You got to know from me, Joe. Max, sunny Southern California. Be careful there, Max. We have a heated conversation going on here about how cloudy it is in Missouri, Southwest Missouri, and Ohio. And here you jump in with a southern. No, that's all right. I'm kidding. We need somebody to come up with a snow. Max has put in a couple of hashtags, which I find interesting. All right, Max is kind of going off the rails. Okay, be careful, Max. Steve, I got a reopening survey from your local casino. Interesting. On what you like to see happening before opening back up. Okay, wonderful. So anybody else? So the casinos, it says on, Steve says that he got a survey from his local casino on what he likes to see happen before opening back up. Interesting. Engage a little bit of interest. No problem, Max. Like employees wearing masks, gloves, also customers required to wear masks while in the casino. So they had like different options for you to choose. It wasn't like a just write it in, but choose something. That's interesting. And employees wearing masks, gloves, also customers required to wear masks while in the casino. Okay. The one thing I wonder about is social distancing. If, social distancing, if you, every other chair removed, tilted up, slot machine off, only half the slot machines on, or maybe even like two in between, what's 6 feet? Somebody's sitting behind you. Is that 6 feet away? We're touching slot machines, a bunch of germs there. Yeah, we all are, Max. Max says he's going stir crazy. We all are. Joe also says, for instance, money bags, screens turn red, then you... Nope, that sounds like a specific... sounds like a specific item on a theme, not so apparently Moneybags is a game. The screen turns red, and then usually a jackpot. Can you use that? I mean, when I think about that sort of thing, I wonder if you can take advantage of that somehow. You need to confirm all that, but that's possible with a skill-based game, but I just don't see how that would, you still have the bet, then you might see a red screen and then you might win something, but was there a second bet involved? I don't have enough information. Chat with me later if you really want to get into it, and maybe send me a couple of pictures and we can kind of go over that if it's quick. Otherwise, we can do a consult and talk about it for an hour. So Max, be aware that YouTube chat rules on a live stream give you a certain number of comments that you can make within a certain time period. So if you suddenly find that you can't make comments, you might hit your limit. It's a YouTube thing. There's nothing I can do about that. So Chip says, I feel encouraged using your slots method in controlling my losses and getting more wins when casinos open. But on the other hand, thank you, Chip. That has been the plan all along. One of the things I recognize is how's our self-control with not having gone to a casino for a month or two, by the time we open back up. What's that going to be like? I felt like I was practiced at sort of like thinking about what I was doing, but I'm just probably going to walk in and sort of like stand there for an hour and maybe sit down someplace going, oh, I miss this place. All the sounds and the sights. And if I actually played, I don't think we'll lose our skill. I think we might be a little more aware of things before. We might have been a little bit not noticing some stuff. I think with all our conversations here that we're likely to notice things that we didn't notice before because of the break. So, I'm glad that you feel like you have my slots methods are helping you, and that we'll see. I worry about people kind of like having saved up a lot of money and then just splurging it without, with the rush of getting back into a casino. Sounds like it's a very popular thing for the game of money bags, the red screen. It is not something that I've seen here. I will watch for that in the future. Would you happen to know if it was a Class 2 game or a Class 3 game? Do you know if it was a bingo game or, a game of chance where the screen turns red? Because I'm not going to see it at my local casinos. I have to drive 300 miles or so to find a tribal casino and see if they have a money bags. So, I'll watch for that. There's some very state specific, like I think it's Oregon, that you can get into the menus on a slot machine and you can find out what its payout return is. They document it, put it right there, and it's pretty sophisticated. They're the one. Is it Oregon? I think it might be Oregon. They're connected to they have 2 lottery systems in the state, and one of them is a tribal lottery system, and that's the one the video slot machines at tribal casinos are connected to. And that's what I was talking about. Every one of those, every casino is tribal, has this menu option where you can read it. In fact, they have it online at that tribal lottery system, and so you can actually go to online and check, but you have to connect the dots and find that slot machine in the casino. So one more state of the 50 states. How many have I played slots in? 12, something like that. The ones around me and places where I've lived and visited. David says, I just hope everybody don't have the virus when they leave the casino. I agree, David. That would be, it's not the worst thing. The thing because the people that go to, we can talk about these things. The worst thing would be to, if you don't care to risk yourself, you risk somebody else. But Ray says, I thought red screen was on bingo machines and part of the bonus process. Ray says, I don't know. I kind of suspect there's a 45 to 55% chance that it's a Class 2 bingo machine, because I believe the people who were talking about it were in Oklahoma. So I put this stuff together. It's what I do. And so, so if that's the case, then a red screen during the bonus makes a lot more sense, because then you win. It's not like another bet. You're still in the same bet. And that makes a lot of sense, Ray. And then they're not giving anything away by having the red screen. They're just building anticipation, which is all perfectly what they strive to do, player appeal. Okay, so let me check to see my notes if you've not got other terms besides kiosk, retrigger, rapid fire, caravan, which I wrote down. There was one that Richard had mentioned, sweepstakes games. Anybody remember that from, 3 months ago? He used the term sweepstakes games, and I was like, the what? And I realized, I looked it up afterwards and had a chat with Richard about it. And so I don't want to say anything offensive, but they're basically not slot machines. They're usually illegal machines, but the reason why it's sort of chancy for me to say that is it's in the gray area. If you are in Utah, where they have, gambling, all gambling is strictly prohibited, they don't have a state gaming commission, nor do they have an enforcement division to the state gaming commission, because the state gaming commission doesn't exist. So how do they enforce not having illegal gambling machines at convenience stores, gas stations. People have sent me pictures. They're right there, 2 or 3 of them. And this is a type of machine that kind of fits into the gray area. Not a casino being opened, but a couple of machines in the corner of a American Legion post, like in Kansas. Although I think they got rid of the one that, it wasn't Kansas, it was it Montana? No, the next one. I think it was Nebraska. Yeah, Nebraska, Scotts Bluff, and other places. They had an American Legion post that had skill-based slots and Class 2 machines, bingo machines, and so you can have some places where they're not Class 3 slot machines, which are prohibited, but these other games that aren't regulated, I'll call it not regulated, not necessarily illegal, because it's kind of a gray area where nobody has specifically said it's wrong, yet on the other hand, it's not approved. So we'll call it unregulated. A lot like having a bookie, in a state that doesn't have sports betting. All states have sports betting. A few have legal sports betting. And so if you do a March Madness, I'm not really into sports, the branchings, brackets, that's in states that don't have sports betting, that's totally illegal. Because I was looking some of this stuff up and doing some research, and I was like, where is $3 billion of lost revenue, state taxes on gaming revenue being lost in the country? $3 billion? I mean, who's doing the illegal gambling? And I realized at the time that my coworkers, would have a pool. They would bet on sports, with their brackets in March, and everybody does that. And I was like, oh, you mean that? So these sweepstakes machines can be even like arcade games where you might win money, slot machines, arcade games where you might win something, where you have a prize. Instead of just spending money, you also get something. And that's the sort of thing that a sweepstakes game is, but it's very state by state. Some states are cracking down on it. Some states, not so much. I guess 7 years ago, it was kind of like trying to become something in Ohio, and then the enforcement sort of noticed and cracked down and figured out ways to, like, is it Louisiana? They have, if you have these games, you can have up to 5, and they'll simply be confiscated. But if you have 6, then the owner of the bar, it's felony. So it's called, what is that? These legal terms, my goodness. Civil forfeiture. Talk about slots terms that we all need to know. Civil forfeiture. They take it, no penalty, if it's only a few, and maybe they made enough money on it to afford having more, and so it goes. But if you go over a certain amount, then a certain number of them, then it becomes a felony, and now because the business might close because the owner's in jail. Yeah. So I think I got as far as Carrie. Oh, yes. One of the things I've been, taking, Carrie says, if you ever visit the Kansas Star in Wichita, Kansas, let us know and we can meet you. That's something I'm considering how much I'm going to do of that. I need to go to casinos, but I also don't want to travel on a weekend and miss the show. Or do I do this remotely? As long as I have good Wi-Fi, I guess I could do it in a hotel room or a park bench or something. So there's a question of, keeping things going here where I could potentially reach hundreds of people eventually thousands of people, where if I come to visit Kansas Star in Wichita, I'd see you. Hello. So I have to sort of plan for the future. Also, it's hard for me to evaluate a casino if I'm also talking to fans, talking to my audience, because I sort of have to walk around and think and, it's kind of a solitary thing. So I have to, thank you for all the invitations, Indiana, Michigan, as Dave and Lois know, and other places. We'll see how much I can do that. There's only 52 weekends in a year, and the further away I go, have to work something out. See, when I'm small, I can do that. When I'm large, I can do that. In between, I have a hard time. When I'm large, why don't we just, reserve the ballroom at your casino, and we can have a couple hundred people show up. Have the casino pay me to do it, even, or I'll just do it for free. And they can promote it on the billboards on the side of the road. So they're sort of like now, and they're sort of like later, and then in between, that's where we are right now. And it's like, there is, Dave and Lois are suggesting that I do a live stream from, Mount Pleasant, Michigan, which is where Soaring Eagle is, the second largest casino in Michigan. And there's all kinds of issues with that, Dave and Lois, including having a contract with the casino, where I would, pay them for that, or, promote them on the show, and have some sort of contract. And I've talked about in the past, and that's just the sort of thing where, I'm not going that direction. Plenty of other people are. And Soaring Eagle is a tribal casino, and I haven't seen these contracts with tribal casinos. I've only seen, no, that's not true. Brian Christopher does California slots, California casinos, and they're all tribal. So you have to have an agreement with the casino, and that sounds like it's, if I lived next to it and did every week or something like that, then I might go through the hassle of getting all that and paying for it, but one-off. So anyway, to answer that question of how might I see you guys, the live Q&A is mostly it. Visiting people, might wait until I'm a little larger so I can have a crowd. But individual visits, hey, if I could, I would just, come right through the camera and be right there. And, when there isn't a pandemic, and we can talk about stuff, on site. Go to your casino, walk around with you, but it's not something that quite works. Yeah. NG Slots does California slots. Yeah, there's. I was thinking they don't do tribal casinos because the tribal casinos won't do it, but a lot of them are. Several of these are based in California, so I turned out not to be the case. So Steve says some slot machines now have buy a bonus, no waiting for the bonus. Wow. See, this is exactly why I'll always be going to casinos. Steve was saying that you can now pay extra to actually get a bonus round. Pay an extra $10, $20, $50, so you don't have to wait and keep betting to get the bonus. You make the bet, get the bonus, but you paid extra for it. So the question is, how much did you pay and how much did you win? And, if you spent $10 to get a bonus and you got $8 on the bonus, everything works out fine for the casino. That's their 80% right there. Boom. So this is fascinating to see some of where the technology is going. They're able to process things faster, connect on a network better, have central servers, so make adjustments daily, several times a day. And all that kind of opened up this possibility of features that have player appeal on slot machines, like buying a bonus. Wow. I have a feeling that would be very popular to start, but I don't know how long it's going to last. These companies are trying a lot of new things, and sometimes they're a hit and sometimes they're not a hit. I wonder how that one's going to go, because, if you win $8 and when you spend your $10, then what the heck, man? And also bonuses are special because it is a bonus, but if you have a bonus every time, is it still a bonus? It's how you play the game, right? So I'm quibbling here. Yeah. So Ray said he's seen those machines as well. Yeah, I'll watch out for that. Thank you for informing me of the possibility. So what else do we have? I want to check my notes. So one thing I didn't talk about, which is a bit of a complicated conversation, is average daily theoretical. I've got that on my list of things to talk about. It has to do with your royalty program and kind of ways to manage your visits to casinos to get the best comps in the future, right? You go to a casino, you spend $1,000, you wait 6 months, you spend $1,000, or you go every week and you spend $100. Which one will get you more comps? The first one. Now, this is relevant. I wanted to bring this up because we haven't been to casinos and maybe we've been saving our money. So sorry. So when you do that, you might find that your comps go up. And that's a whole nother discussion about what we're going to do with, you need so many points per year to maintain a certain status. And if you're actually closed for a month or two, what does that mean as far as making diamond status and Caesar's rewards? Okay, so I want to wish everybody, please stay safe and have fun. Be safe, as always, during this pandemic, and make good choices. I'll talk to you later next week.